Hey, how's everybody doing? Is it doing the wonky thing? Is my voice all over the place?
You came in.
Nope, you're doing good.
Crystal.
Incredible. Apparently, I'm the chosen one.
You are.
So those of you who are with us here on the stream, and you're going to notice when you go and listen later, Justin is not with us today. He's feeling a little bit under the weather, and so we are just going to charge ahead without him for today. But he has a way of communicating with us if he needs to for what might happen with Cass during these couple of episodes. So Cass is not missing, but Justin is. But how's everybody doing?
So good. So good right now.
Tell us why you're so good right now. Is it because of good food you ate recently, or is there anything else?
It's mostly just that. It's mostly just.
Oh, okay, great.
Annie and I had an omakase experience, which is like a guided sushi meal where you have like basically one piece at a time, prepared by very very skilled sushi chefs, and it was the best meal I've ever had in my life. It was insane.
I always thought people were like over exaggerating when they talked about things like Japanese A5 Wagyu or like Toro, like really fatty tuna. They're not. Like
No.
any contact,
There's no exaggeration
inside of my
I love
mouth, it disappears. It's just the flavor that's left.
It turns out that like fat is what makes meat tasty.
Yeah.
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 You gotta have the fat.
Yeah.
It's always true.
Yeah. Awesome. I am glad you guys had that experience.
Yeah, thanks, man. It was a really good time. How about you guys?
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Good. Really good.
Disoriented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
but
feel a little
I'm
bit
just
lost without
happy to
Justin
be in the
filling
world
in.
of. Yeah. Who are we without Justin? No,
What day is
Justin,
it?
we know you can still hear us and we love you. Yeah, I feel good. Glad to be here. Glad to be able to step
Yeah.
into an amazing story. I think part of my disorientation is Lyrian's disorientation. It's like, what do I do to save the waking root? So
Yeah.
we will see. We will see about that.
Well,
It's
speaking
really
of
rough for
Miriam.
me. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No. After you, Nick.
I was gonna say it's really rough for me as Nick because I'm like, well, you're stupid to Lyrian. Like, why'd you do that? And then Pellis, but Pellis can't do that. That's not what Pellis would say. So I have to curb that expectation.
Maybe the more gentle version of that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I want to do a thing a little bit odd today. We're going to talk about something that happened last session. We're going to briefly touch on it. We're going to do our banter question, and then we're going to jump into today's session. But last week,
All right.
after you guys finished up in the Feywild, I feel like you hit a milestone. And so you guys leveled up to level 5.
Delightful.
Level 5 is a pretty cool level. So in the new D&D, you guys get access to bastions, and so that might not come up in this episode or even next episode. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But you guys will get access to bastions and be able to build those, which is really cool. We'll talk about those a little bit more later. But what else did you guys get moving from level 4 to level 5?
Well, for most casters, and so I guess this is a reflection of what's going on with cast. There isn't a whole lot going on with level 5. It's not quite as exciting as like for marshals, but we did get each of us get a small feature. I don't know what cast's is. Mine is Destroy Undead, which is if I use a turn undead basic cleric ability. If the creature is of a low enough level, it just instantly dies instead of just being turned. And then also we got 3rd level spells, so very exciting on that front.
I got 2nd level spells.
Hey. Good
okay.
on ya.
Justin said cast literally just got a 3rd level spell. No small features. That's my bad. Also, I think for all of us, our proficiency increases.
Yes,
Mhm.
I believe so.
So we're better at everything that we were good at.
Jared also got
an extra attack,
second
right?
attack, an extra
Yeah.
attack, so which is pretty huge.
That is, that's
that's
the
exciting.
very exciting thing for Marshall. Is that
I also this is something I'll have to talk with Johnny
Put you guys in
offline
combat
about,
more.
but I also got a faithful steed, and I'll figure out what that means because I'm not able to find it in my actual character sheet, but I see.
Yeah,
it.
I think that just means that you can start riding Mortus, right?
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna pick from either Mortis or one of the Larkholdians.
Yeah,
But-
just start riding them into battle.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Riding a human
like-
being into battle?
Or like three
Come on,
lark hold,
Steve, keep
three
up.
lark holdings in a suit, three lark holdings in a horse suit. I mean,
A very long horse.
no, a camel suit. The one in the middle will be the hump.
Okay.
Someone
Figure it
please
out. We'll
use
figure it out.
coconuts.
Yeah. Okay. Also, what is and Lyrian?
Hi.
Do you just get an extra spell
Yeah.
slot or
I
spell
got
level?
something interesting. So now I have Wild Resurgence regain Wild Shape. So if for some reason I've expended my typical 2 uses of Wild Shape for a long rest, I could do a third, which was not
Nice.
possible before, by expending a spell slot instead. So now it works in both directions. Like normally you can regain a spell slot when you need to by expending a Wild Shape use once per long rest, and now I can do the reverse as well.
Nice. That's great.
A little flexibility.
A little bit of, a little bit of something.
Awesome.
Cash it
Yeah.
in.
So, okay, let's jump into our banter question for today because you guys all just leveled up. You got some stuff that's useful. I want to talk about things that aren't useful. So, imagine
Oh,
with
good.
me
Yes.
right now that someone comes and they hand you a large sum of money. Now, large is relative. It can be whatever, $1,000, $10,000, $1 million, irrelevant. It doesn't matter. There's a stipulation on that money. You cannot use it for anything useful. You have to spend the money entirely on something frivolous. What do you spend it on?
Mhm.
Entirely something frivolous.
Like for me,
Entirely.
I'm going for Legos. Doesn't matter how much it is. If it has to all be frivolous, I'm just buying a whole bunch of Lego sets.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be a split between Legos, Magic cards, probably.
Mm.
Yeah, I was gonna say after getting back into Magic, the answer seems pretty obvious, but I also don't want to go with that answer.
You know,
Oh,
I didn't
and,
think about Magic. But
Some
that's-
like some classic games and consoles. to
yeah.
finish out my collection.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you just said like a undefined large amount of money, Johnny? Like
Whatever
just like a-
large means
yeah.
to you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how much this fits your conceptual framework of like frivolous versus like functional, like I want like a full on treehouse level library office nook thing.
Amazing.
Like,
that's
that would be
cool.
delightful.
Yeah, that's cool as
Yeah.
hell. Yeah, frivolous and large are both very nebulous concepts. They're very subjective.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
my initial thought was like I'd buy a bunch of camera equipment because I'm super into cameras at the moment.
Mhm.
But then I talked myself out of that because that felt too useful. Because if I have a bunch of camera equipment and I get good at using cameras, then I can
Sure.
make money off that camera equipment and it becomes useful.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah. Like my first thought was like music studio, which still could be a good option because it's mostly in the category of just like loving music and indulgence and exploring, making stuff, just
Mhm.
creating things for the joy of creating. But then, of course, my mind is like, oh, of course, there's so much that's monetizable regarding this. I'm like, am I being
Yeah.
too practical and not letting my inner child speak here? So then
Yeah.
I went a little bit towards Treehouse.
yeah,
I do like Treehouse.
like I know that this is not entirely true, but there's no way I'm gonna make any money off of Legos. People can. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not for me.
Yeah, the same is true for like Magic. Like you could make a lot of money off of Magic. You could also lose a lot of money
Mhm.
off of Magic.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you definitely.
It's gambling.
Yeah.
It's gambling with cardboard.
I used to enter commander tournaments. I've made a bit of money playing Magic.
Yeah.
Not nearly as much as I spent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not even
Oh yeah.
close.
Same.
It's hard to come out net positive on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit easier on commander because you make a couple of really good decks and they just stay good decks. But
That's fair.
Mhm.
Yep. Not trying to keep up with the standard.
is expensive.
yeah, standard
Yeah.
is always expensive, and standard is how they pay their bills.
That's right. That's how they
Because commander's
stay
almost entirely
very
secondhand
profitable.
market.
Yeah.
But
I think
anyway.
also a close option in the running is like buying like a full Witcher costume.
Wait,
Like
that'd be
at
cool.
the
Yeah,
highest
some
level of like
cosplay.
quality materials and stuff.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
getting the full sword, like all that
Oh.
would be really fun.
Yeah, I'd finally get the Halo, like a Halo suit, like the full
Master Chief.
Like
Awesome.
maybe not Master Chief,
Okay.
because that is real. I either want the ODST one, or just like a nameless Spartan's arm,
Cortana?
like, like a cool set. Not
Nick gets a
Cortana.
Cortana cosplay.
That's a cheaper cosplay.
I'd get a Cortana cosplay.
We're talking about a lot of money here. Come on. Gotta spend the whole
You're
lot.
75
very easy to
Cortana
sell.
costumes.
Yeah.
Um,
Because after you use one, you're not going to be able to wear
365
Yeah,
Cortana
yeah.
costumes, one for every day of the year.
Well, I was going to say they need to each be increasing in size so that you can layer them sequentially and wear all of them at once until you're
So
a
you
Titan.
never take one off. You just put a new one on top. So you become
while we're
more
dreaming big,
Cortana every day.
I would like to be trapped in a 365 layer deep Russian doll. And I would like for you guys to open a layer every day until you get to the middle and you get to hang out with me again.
With the nature of a
That's
Cortana cosplay, it won't even be
wonderful.
obvious that you're wearing multiples until you're like 2 weeks in.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like the ribbons on your body would just be like thicker.
Yeah, at some point it'd be really hard to move. You'd be like the kid from Christmas
I
Story.
think right around the time it becomes obvious you're layering, it starts getting really difficult
Yeah,
to do
yeah, there you
anything.
go. Yeah, it's like your entire body's in athletic
Is he
wrap.
layering Cortana costumes?
Justin said that's someone's kink.
It is for sure.
It's true. It's
for
fully,
Oh, yeah.
fully someone's kink.
There,
Yeah.
there isn't anything that isn't.
There's a niche there. Someone get on that.
Awesome. So, with that in mind, let's actually play some D&D. What do you guys say?
Heck yeah.
I think I'm open to it. I feel pretty
Awesome.
open to it today.
So, in
Yeah.
our last session, you guys made your way to the Feywild to try and save the Waking Root members who'd been taken by the Fey. And you made your way through the Fey, this ever-changing, confusing, almost mischievous in and of itself landscape. And you ended up at this eternal dance hosted by Sir Pips and Lady Petal, where you were able to impress them and stop dancing because you finally gave them a dance worth seeing, and you made your way through the moves and sequence, and they offered you what it was that you want. Now, there was a moment there that was a little bit unclear, and that's my fault as the GM, where Lady Petal asked you what you wanted besides the members of the Waking Root. My intention, what I meant to communicate, was that she was trying to distract you from taking the Waking Root from them, and it didn't necessarily come across that way. So I just wanted to clarify that. But Lyrian, in response to that question, asked for a secret about the gods, and Lady Petal said some titillating, maybe varying degrees of true things about the gods before finally answering Lyrian's direct question and sending you out of the Feywild. And so you find yourselves in the same spot you were in the grasslands, and Celine coming to you and saying, "Oh, I'm so glad you made it back finally. What took you so long?"
How long were we gone?
We had to dance.
Well, I mean, first, did you save the Waking Root?
Larian just looks down.
Mistakes may have been made.
That can happen there. Hope is not necessarily lost, though. Just because you didn't get them this time doesn't mean you won't if you try again. Or you can find another solution.
Celine, I know woefully little about the Fae. What might I do to entice them or trade something in exchange for the release of my people?
They are always interested in a trade, but what they might want from you can vary from Fae to Fae.
And
It's hard
for
to
Sir
say.
Pips, Lady Petal? Any
They are
inkling?
as fickle as the wind itself.
Hmm.
They like to be entertained, though.
Ah,
More than anything, they like to be entertained. And I want everybody to make a perception check for me.
if it's lower than my passive perception, does it trump
Yeah,
that, or
actually,
does
your
my
passive
sort of-
perception, your passive is great. Actually, Jared would be the only one who would really need to make a check here, and even that would be iffy. So sorry, you didn't really need to roll. You guys look around. You look behind Celine as she's talking to Lyrian here, and you begin to notice that the tents that made up this encampment are. When you guys left before, the camp seemed abandoned, but still in decent shape. Now you're looking around, and the encampment is in tatters. There are tents that are missing entirely. Many have fallen down. Nothing is in good shape. Nothing here is in good condition, save for a very small cabin, maybe 15 yards away.
Was that cabin always there?
No, I've been waiting for you, so I thought I'd set up while I waited.
You built a
I didn't know how
cabin
long
when
you'd
we
be.
were gone.
Why don't we go inside and have a cup of tea, and I'll tell you some things.
This
Sounds
is
like
the
bad
breaking.
news.
Yeah, this is definitely a breaking the bad news procedure.
It's not good news, I'll tell you that for sure. I think you'll want to be sitting.
Very well.
All right.
You guys go in. She already has some tea ready, and she just pulls out some more cups and sets those in front of each of you and pours some of the tea she was already brewing.
Is this like a small, like, how big is this cabin?
It's cozy. It's big enough for
All
you
right.
guys to be in here.
All
It's not like tiny. It's just, when I said small, I meant like, no,
As
it's
in,
not
like,
a house. It's a
yeah.
cabin.
All right.
But it's not like uncomfortable for you guys to be in at all.
All right.
And so she sets the tea down and she sits down at her seat at the table. So, do you want the bad news, or do you want what's potentially the worst news?
Worst news first.
Yeah, just lay it on us.
So, in the time that you've been gone, quite a bit has changed. So Jundin really controls the grasslands now, and they are fully at war with Alarndale. So the Darkspire Enclave and the Jundins are, it's a slaughter most of the time. And there goes back and forth who's winning, but that's what it is. No one has heard much from the Mire Weavers in all this time. They seem to be doing something. People sometimes claim that they see green and purple lights above the swamps, and no one really knows what they're doing. And in the coast, the cult has actually seen a little bit of a quieting. People don't seem to be flocking to them as much anymore, but they're still there and doing what they can. They're still a problem for anyone who does visit the coast, but I guess that's a little spot of good news, that they're definitely more powerful, but not as involved in the rest of the world. Did you have a question?
No. So how much time passed?
That's the bad news.
Figured.
Well, you've been gone for 3 years.
Oh my.
Almost 4. 3 years, 9 months, and 11 days.
Huh.
But most of your friends in Hilltop, for the most part, are doing well. It remains a bastion of, well, relative prosperity. There was an attack. London tried to take Hilltop and use it as a forward operating base for their campaign in the forest, but they were repelled. We lost some people, but for the most part, it was okay. So yeah, that's the bad news and the worst news.
How are the Lockhordians?
They're thriving, honestly. So a few of them have moved on. 3 of them went to Calibri. They made their way to the capital. They didn't feel safe once Hilltop was attacked, but Lafa and Edric are still there. They got married. They have a wee one.
Wow.
Yeah, they named her after you, Jared. Her name's Jaina, but that's the female, Jared. And
To
there's
think of the world without the waking root for so long.
we
on
did
my
find
account.
2 more waking root survivors, and they're in Hilltop as well. So they're not all gone.
That's 4, right?
Well,
'Cause
that's
there's 1.
3 total, and then you, Lyrian.
Yeah, that's 4
Yeah,
waking
4.
root members. See, you're in. That's not nearly as comforting as it should be.
Lothiel runs an apothecary in an herbalist shop. The other Larkoldians are working for her there.
Hmm.
And she married a lovely woman named Cami.
Time moves on.
Jared hasn't, ever since the reveal of the amount of time that has passed, Jared has just sort of been like staring off into the distance. And at this point, he stands up and sort of just like stumbles out the door and walks out the door.
Jared, where are you going? Well, I guess we're headed back to Hilltop. Would you like to accompany us?
Of course, that's what I've been waiting for.
Okay.
I go every
any
so
news?
often, just in case, but any news about what?
Just about the temple.
The temple's in great shape.
Oh.
So Lafa has stuck around, and Edric by extension. He's working for the local baker most of the time, but they've been taking care of the temple. And the High Council in Kelebri sent a new cleric because you were gone so long.
That's fair.
And so, but she's been doing a wonderful job.
Oh.
And the attendance is up. I think you'd be happy about that. Lots of people coming to worship
That's
there.
great to hear. Oh, I suppose. How long ago was she sent?
Oh, a year and a
Right.
half, maybe 2 now.
I mean,
Roughly a
she's
year after you all disappeared, she came.
good. Oh, so
Yeah.
I mean, she probably has more experience than I am at running the place.
She asks about how you did things a lot, though. She doesn't seem to want to change things from what you were doing. So,
Oh, I appreciate that.
yeah, Tubby's great. I think you're going to like her a lot.
Sorry, what? What did you say?
I said, Tavi's great. You're going to like her.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Just
Very
clarifying.
lovely woman.
Yep.
And they did finish one more shrine. There's still a few that aren't done, but when the war started, they built one to Gogad. So that one's done now too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you'd want his support. Okay, let's go. And Pellis just walks out of the door with Jared after Jared.
Right.
Yeah. As you walk out, you just see Jared kneeling about, like, just not kneeling, but like on his knees about like 10 feet in front of the entrance of the cabin.
Okay, Jared, how are we feeling?
3 years.
Yes, 3 years.
3 years without me being able to pursue my great city's assaulters. 3 years without me here to keep the name of Lockhold alive. The memory of my city might as well be in shambles now, Alice. Jordan
Well-
has only grown more powerful in the time that we've been gone.
It seems to have been the case, right? But they also have made powerful enemies, and have become more of a threat that Hailtop and its mother nation will need to be concerned with. And the Darkspire are fighting them as well. You have perhaps a longer list of allies, and nobody's forgotten the name of Warcold. You're still here. The name is not lost. Its legacy is not lost. And you still have your people waiting for you. Maybe not all of them. Some of them moved on, which is probably fair. But I think it'll be all right.
It all just feels so useless. I spent a decade fighting and lost these 3 years, and it seems like I've been set back for longer than I've been fighting for.
Well, I don't think we've really lost any progress. I think we can still achieve what you're looking for, and I don't think it's any further than it was before, if I'm being honest. Time is a very hard to understand thing. It can move very quickly, and nothing can happen for long stretches. People can live their whole lives completely uneventful, and they are both lucky and unlucky to do so. But sometimes a great many things happen in a very short period of time. And I don't know, we can bemoan the state of the times that we happen to see, or do our best to guide them to the times we want to see.
Lyrian
Jared,
kneels down. Jared, are you still on your knees?
Yeah.
I will kneel beside you, and in a rare moment, put a hand on your shoulder and look you in the eyes very intensely and deeply. Jared, if I could endeavor to step into your mind, though, I think you would perceive, despite Lyrian's normal and horrific appearance, that this is an earnest, sincere look. Not designed to terrify at all.
Yeah.
And to add to Pellis's words, she says, the waking root use songs and poems to feel and to grieve. I have not finished the song, but here's what I have so far for Larkhold. And Lyrian takes out I think we said it was a lute, did we not? Just checking my inventory. I don't have an instrument, y'all.
I think we did say it was a lute.
Spent good money on this, so I gotta get this right. Yeah, Larkin lute. The crest of Larkhold. So, Jared, you see this. And in the context of our current tech, I don't think I can, and I also don't have a lute or a guitar. But listeners, if you really want the song version of this, I could make that happen at some point. But Lyrian sings, and I'll read the poem of what she has so far. From sun-kissed plains where larks take flight, and ancient stones stand bathed in light, there arises Larkhold, keen and bright, with wisdom as their guiding might. No clash of steel, no dragon's roar, but subtle arts we cherish more. The scroll unfurls a whispered lore, and opens every hidden door. High flies the lark, its banner higher still. The glass reveals our higher paths, a world wrought by steady quill. When shadows fall on memory, and sorrow lingers through the night, we lay one stone upon another, till our walls reclaim their height. High flies the lark, its banner higher still. The glass reveals our higher paths, a world wrought by steady quill. And then Lyrian trails off and says, I haven't finished the third verse.
As Lyrian was reading that, a tear had fell from Jared's eye. And Jared looks up at Lyrian and goes, thank you, my friend. Your words are like honey in a place as decrepit as this world. You too, Pellis. And then Jared just looks at Cass and nods.
She nods back.
as he stands up.
Celine is standing there too. She's got tears in her eyes and really captured how beautiful the city was, Lyrian.
That was incredible.
It is not my first craft, but something that all the Waking Root are steeped in for years and years.
I don't want to break up the moment, but we should probably run. I hear centaurs coming.
Oh, no.
I don't think we're gonna outrun them.
I mean, we could hide, but it's up
Thankfully,
to
we have a
We're
powerful Fae
running.
with us.
We're moving.
I'm not
No,
that
no, no, no.
powerful.
We're gonna keep moving.
So,
Yeah, we run for the tree line,
Wait, no. We run
wherever
away
it seems
from the tree line.
thickest.
there
Well,
is no
it's-
tree line.
Oh,
We're just
yeah.
running towards.
Just running, yeah.
So wait, we're in the plains.
We're in the
Mhm.
grasslands.
Yeah, in the
Grasslands.
grasslands.
There's a river.
I thought that there
runs
was at
through
least some. Yeah, right. There weren't dense trees, even though I had approached an owl nearby that had a vantage point on
Yeah.
this. Yeah,
Yeah, there's
all
like
good.
there are like trees dotted throughout the landscape, but not
Right,
like
yeah.
No, but there's a river that runs through the plains, right? Are we anywhere near that?
yeah. The encampment would be right along the river.
Okay, so
There's easy access.
whatever
to
it's
We
side
jump in
there
barrels
to-
and we jump in the river.
No,
We're
no,
not
we're
doing
not. Definitely not. I'm just saying we should cross the river. Like, there's not necessarily a ford here, so like, it won't necessarily be easy for them to follow
Yeah.
us if we cross quickly. So
Why don't I get survival checks from all of you? Well, I guess let me ask this: are you trying to move quickly, or move so that they don't necessarily have a good trail to follow? So quickly or carefully?
Well, I think ideally I would answer that in twofold. I would say we would quickly try to get across the river, and then kind of be concerned about like not leaving a trail.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So let's get I will take an athletics check from everybody. Athletics or acrobatics, whichever you feel like your character would rely on.
Things
more
I'm
here.
terrible at. Nice.
I will be rolling with athletics.
I will do acrobatics.
And I'll
do
roll
it as
flips
in
on the water.
22.
What was that, Lyrian?
22.
22? Okay.
Whew,
Yes. Yeah, so
Natural
I rolled
20.
an 8.
23.
Oh, very nice. Cast
Okay,
got a 17. What was that, Jared?
Yeah, I rolled an 8.
That's okay.
Come on,
This is a
man.
group check, and more of you passed
Alright.
than failed. So,
All right, good.
so you guys make it to the river, no problem. You're able to cross relatively quickly. At this point, the rest of you are starting to hear the hoofbeats
Mhm.
coming behind. They're not necessarily. It doesn't sound like they're necessarily pursuing you, but they're definitely at the point that you guys just left.
So I think
Mhm.
Palace will like motion to let the river like we'll be on the other side of the river, but we'll let it carry us down a ways because
Mhm.
that'll move us way faster than we could possibly run or swim.
Yeah. Can
And then
everybody
Kind
swim?
of get on. Yeah, Palace can swim.
It would make sense that Pellis and Lyrian could swim. Can Jared swim?
I mean, he might have learned. I don't know if he can swim with his full armor on.
That's,
Yeah, I didn't
that's
realize
a
that.
big question.
Yeah, we hadn't thought about that.
Well, why don't you go ahead and make a Jared? You make a athletics check for me.
Okay. Ooh, that is a 22.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. So you guys are all okay. Jared,
Okay.
despite all odds, is able to kind of force his head to stay above water.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting like my life depends on it.
It does.
It literally does.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with breathing rules in D&D. They're not forgiving.
Oh.
That's one of the fastest ways to kill any creature.
Oh god.
And Cass
wow.
grew up on the coast, so she definitely knows
Yeah,
how to
that
swim.
she knows how to
Yeah.
swim. Yeah, so we make it
Yeah. So,
so
you
we
guys
make it across, but like a little ways down the river.
Yeah, let's say you make it like a kilometer and a half, maybe even 2 down the river before you get off on the other shore. When you guys get over there, I want everyone to we're gonna get a group survival check. This is gonna be now. You guys are gonna be moving more carefully, trying to leave few to no tracks.
My second six this session so far, so that is a 7.
That's what Cass got too. So hopefully the other two pull it out.
13.
Okay.
10.
All right. I'd set the DC here at 10. So it would have been higher if you guys had gotten out on the shore directly across, but because you let the river carry you for a little bit, it brought the DC down. So half of you passed, which means you all passed. And so you get out on the other side of the river, and you have to move a little bit more slowly, but you don't hear hoofbeats near you at all. And so you feel comfortable moving at a pace that leaves really, like, once you get away from the shoreline, there are no footprints left to follow.
Okay.
And you guys do, like, you move in single file, you make sure that, like, whoever's taking up the rear, I'm gonna presume, maybe I shouldn't presume, but I'm gonna presume that it's like Lyrian or Cass, either of them probably the most adept at covering up the tracks behind you.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
I'll take point on that for this round.
If Jared were on the rear, it'd just be big, like, plate boot prints.
There's a lot of massaging those out specifically.
What? Let me find out from each of you. What do you think? We're gonna do one more, technically a group roll, but you're all gonna roll different stats, hypothetically, to make your way through the rest of the grasslands. I want to know what your character. Don't worry about giving me a stat yet, but what do you think your character is doing to contribute to getting out of the grasslands safely?
Yeah, I think Jared is probably just keeping his eyes open, just constantly scanning the surrounding horizon as they trek their way back to Hilltop.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Pellis is specifically looking for anything like he did with the river, just like looking for anything they can take advantage of to like hide their track, like fallen trees. Let's walk over that, or the ground is more firm over here, so it might be easier for us to pass without like leaving a trail. Just anything along those lines. Like, let's follow this game trail for a while because it's going to be more compacted and harder to tell that we were crossing on it than leave it at a random point.
I think for me, it's going to be knowing the grazing habits of the centaurs. Like, unless they're on any particular mission or scent trail that we can't escape, like, I'm going to try to guide the group away from the places that would seem logical for them to frequent. Yep.
Okay. So here's the checks I need from each of you. You're going against a DC 15 here. Failing does not mean that you don't make it out of the grasslands. It just means that you might need some extra stuff. But this is still technically a group check, even though I'm gonna have each of you roll different stats. Jared, I want you to roll perception for me. Ellis, I want you to roll survival.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll for Cass, but what Cass is doing is like occasionally using her halfling nimbleness to run off and make like false trails and then come back to the group. And so I'm gonna have her rolling deception. Cool. And then Lyrian, I'm gonna let you choose between survival or history.
All right, maybe let's go.
Oh, I'm so glad that I shook that D20 for like 10 seconds. I got a natural 20.
I also got a natural 20. I'm glad that we're getting these on these
cool.
Hey guys.
Skill checks where it doesn't super matter. But, 23 is the total for me.
Amazing.
For Lyrian survival check, 15.
What was Jared's total?
Plus perception, 21.
Okay, cool. But it's still
so perceptive.
2 nat 20s.
Remember
and
that.
Cass,
sorry.
Cass rolled a 17, but that puts her at a 23 for her deception. So,
jeez.
I mean, everybody passed with flying colors. I mean, Lyrian's the only one who even met the DC. And so, but with 2 nat 20s in there, here's the thing. You guys
see the gods.
You find gods. No,
Here you are.
Finally.
You guys come, and actually I need to pull something up for this because I'm going to reward you for those nat 20s for sure.
While you're pulling stuff up, I
Hey.
just want to remind the audience and the players that it is totally up to Johnny to do anything for a natural 20 on a skill check. There are actually only rules in D&D 5e by default for natural 20s on attack rolls, specifically melee attack rolls.
Yes. This is true.
Yeah, we could just ascend the
range
great chain of being right now and attain
Just level up
deity.
again.
Yep. That's exactly what happens. No.
Whoa!
So you guys you find that it's almost like the wind is propelling you out of the grasslands. Like it seems to be on your side. It is as if Will herself is speeding your feet as you make your way out of the grasslands, but right near the edge of the grasslands where there's this point where the forest and the grasslands and the lands that surround Hilltop all kind of meet. And at that point, you come on upon the remnants of a battle between the Jundins and the Darkspire Enclave. There are no survivors here, but it also does not seem like this ground has been picked over by looters. And so there might be some things worth finding here if you guys want to stop and you feel like you have well lost the centaurs. You are safe at this point, and you have the opportunity to do a little bit of looting if you want to.
Jared, hey, here's an opportunity, Golden. I mean, first of all, we should probably see if there's anything of value here, but you could also smash a bunch of their armor and stuff, and their standards, any of the ones that aren't broken. Make stuff, just to let it out a little bit, just a little of the frustration,
I hold my rage until the day I can let it out on the Lord himself. But he walks over to one of them, and smashes his armor in real quick.
Okay, all right, see, okay.
No, the Lord of Jundin, not
Oh, that makes more sense.
until the day I can let it out on Jesus Christ.
I feel
So
So,
what a character Jared is.
always has been. Yeah, so yeah, we'll I mean, like, I'm sure Cass will be possibly more skilled at this, but like, we'll look around for anything of value. I'll do some detect magics to try to see if like anything
So there aren't any magic items. There aren't any. It doesn't even seem like it seems like whoever did survive this battle was in a hurry to go, but they at least collected weapons. They didn't like take armor off of people, but there don't seem to be any weapons, anything like that. But what you guys do find are random trinkets and purses of gold. And so what I want is each of you to roll 1d10 for me.
Okay.
Und the 10.
And I'm going to roll for
1d10.
Cass.
Und the 10.
10.
I've got a 3.
10. Cool.
7.
3. Oh, Jared is also stopping on all the dead Jundin soldiers' bodies and praying to the gods that they all went somewhere really bad after they died.
Ooh, nice. And like an imprecatory prayer.
Seriously, though.
Well,
He
you
kneels down
gotta.
and curses every single body of a dead Jundin.
You have multiple choices
Mhm.
in the D&D verse. Remember, you have
Mhm.
the 9 hells. You have the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
He hopes
Honestly,
that all their
there are worse
souls got
places.
split into multiple pieces, and they were just tossed in each of those bad places.
Incredible. Okay, so just so
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
are aware, and and so the audience, if you guys want to know what I'm doing for this, I am using, sometimes if I don't know how to do things or if I don't want to decide on some like random thing, I'm using a website called Donjon to randomize D&D stuff. It's donjon.bin.sh, and it's like random generators for everything you can think of in
It's a
D&D.
great,
Wow,
it's a great
resource.
honestly.
And so I used their random treasure generator, and so I had you roll a d10 to assign which of these randomly generated treasures you get. So Cass ends up finding 15 gold pieces.
Nice.
Lyrian, you find 22 copper.
Ooh.
Pellis, you
Accept.
find 8 gold pieces. And Jared finds 19 silver.
Yeah.
You ever been a
I would
gold
like
shop?
to search for something in particular, Johnny.
Okay.
I'm wondering if there are any relatively intact Darkspire Enclave uniforms.
Let's see.
Ideally, that with someone of importance, whether they have like a pin from a rank or something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody
Roll,
got fingered to death.
roll an investigation check.
Armor is
Very well.
Totally fine.
11?
Fingered of death is what I said, but I don't know if that was.
Fingered to death. It's so funny.
Have mercy.
It's too much. Anyway. Okay, Lyrian, you search a bit, and it is so for the most part, Jundin is a brutal martial society. It's hard to find a Darkspire body that is intact, let alone a uniform.
Yeah.
You do eventually find a uniform that is in relatively good repair. You're not gonna be able to like wash it and put it on and look like a fresh uniform. You're gonna probably, whether you have the skills yourself or you need to go hire somebody, you're probably gonna need to have some work done on it, maybe some alterations made. But it is in relatively good repair. It's only got a couple of stab wounds.
Okay. Nice. And you said it's like just, is it more like just a cloak?
This is like
or-
a ranger's uniform, and so it's like a cuirass and cloak and
Yep.
or cuirass.
Sweet.
however you
And
say
no other like
That's how you say it.
like distinctive signs of authority or anything like that.
it. No distinctive sign of authority at all.
All right.
Though you are not entirely familiar with how the Darkspire presents ranks, so you could be missing something here.
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to think about like those that we saw. Like, was there anything obvious about their leader of leaders? You know, so
He was wearing normal clothes. He did not wear anything denoting that he was part of the Darkspire at all.
He didn't
What a
work.
prick.
He was nude.
That's what
No,
I must
he-
do.
When Cass was the only one who met him, but when she met him, he was wearing clothes that would have been totally at home in the streets of Haletop.
Okay. I think that Lyrian will just stow this away, and then kind of surveying the remains on the battlefield, asks Celine, "Did you witness this battle?"
No, not this one in particular. I mean, there are lots of battles nearby.
Was this a matter of the Darkspire expanding?
No, it's
Or
not the
attempting to.
Darkspire who are trying to expand. They just want everyone to stay out of the forest. It's Jundin that's trying to take over things.
Understood.
I am surprised that the bodies are still here, though, if I'm being honest.
You'd think scavengers would have picked them clean.
Well, there's that too. But no, I mentioned no one's really seen much of what the Mire Weavers have been doing, and that's true. But they have been seen about somewhat often taking the bodies left behind after battles.
Well, that cannot be good.
Oh,
Yeah, that's definitely not good.
yeah, it's really bad.
Hopefully they're just eating them.
I don't think they're just eating them,
I
Pellis.
know they aren't. I know.
And have neither the Jundans nor the Darkspire been burying their dead?
Typically, these bodies have seemed to have been here for a little while, longer than I would have expected. But what we've been seeing is the Mire Weavers coming. A lot of these battles have been so bloody and so intense that there haven't been enough survivors on either side to take bodies away from the battlefield. They have to go and get some of their compatriots and come back for the bodies. And what's been happening, especially there was a battle 2 years ago where the battle lasted for almost a fortnight. Technically the same battle, but what happened was the Jundans came to collect their dead as the Darkspire came to collect their dead. And so when they saw each other, they attacked. And then that battle ended and there was almost no one left alive. And when the Jundans came to collect their 2 battalions of dead, and the Darkspire came to collect their 2 battalions of dead, they arrived at the same time. And you ended up with more dead. And for 2 weeks, we ended up with battle after battle until that field, it's in the grasslands, but they call it the hillock now, and it's just a hill of bodies that no one's been able to move. No one goes there anymore. It's quite disgusting, frankly, but no, so what's happened is that the Mire Weavers have started coming and just collecting the bodies when the Jundans and the Darkspire are too afraid to go and collect the bodies because they don't want another hillock to happen.
Wow, that makes the Mire Weaver seem quite benign.
I mean, they have not gotten into any open conflict with anyone that I know of, but they have collected a concerning number of dead, and no one knows what they're doing with them. That said, it could be nothing. Maybe they're just burying them.
That'd be nice. I mean, a large amount of desecrated flesh is not very good for, the greater area or environment that it is in. Can overload the carrion species in an area.
Thankfully for the bodies we've come across, I've banished their souls to one of the 9 hells for all of eternity, so I won't be able to do anything with them.
Do that?
I guess we'll see.
Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I don't think so either.
More
I would love to do a funeral rite, but I can't imagine that the magic of the ritual would extend to this many bodies without extreme.
You could do something symbolic. Sometimes that's nice, if not useful.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I'll try it. Do we have some time? Are you guys all right if I... It's going to take like an hour.
I don't think anyone's missing us, Pellis.
Got a point. What's 1 hour after 3.5 years? Or 3.75 years?
To be clear, they'll be excited to see you. I don't want you to feel like no one's looking forward to your return, but it's true.
Right.
We've all sort of given up.
Okay. Those statements, not congruent. Anyways, gonna cast ritual now, or cast ceremony. So yeah, I have a spell called ceremony that I can ritually cast, but I also just automatically have prepared. I don't have 25 gold worth of powdered silver, but could I just say that I had 25?
If you take 25 gold out of your
silver?
inventory, I'm fine with you saying you had the silver.
Okay, cool. And powder up.
Mortar and pestle some silver real quick.
Well, I'd probably have
A
Jared
really
do it.
long time.
Well, I mean, honestly, you could easily say that I would feel comfortable saying as a priest you would have a mortar and pestle, and for like ritual stuff, and you definitely have between all of you enough silver to just make it powdered.
Thank you.
So- Yeah, and that allows me to cast ceremony, which allows me to do several different things, but one of them is a funeral rite. And it's usually like I can touch one target body and it can't become an undead for the next 7 days, but less the mechanical effect and more just the actual ceremony. I will be kind of trying to perform it for all of the bodies here.
Mhm.
It's just a general, it is the right of Dystal to sort of, beckon people to the next stage of existence, whatever that may be. Only Dystal knows from Pellis' perspective what that might be for them. So, yeah, and it's just sort of a bit of a, I don't know, like a very structured ceremony of valuing the lives that they had and the time that they spent on the earth, or in this world, but acknowledging that there are other things for them to move on to and new times to be had.
Is there any role associated with the ritual?
No.
Okay, I want you to roll anyway for me. Roll a d20 and add your religion to it.
Okie dokie. Non-natural 20.
Awesome. I think you go through this ceremony, you go through this ritual, and you feel something that you don't necessarily always feel, but you are familiar with. And this is like warm glow from deep within. This sense that Dystal is pleased with what you've done, and you get the sense that while this ritual would normally only apply to one of the bodies here, that like Dystal is going to honor your intention to affect all of them.
Thank you. Well, that's the whole ordeal. Haven't done that in a little while. I haven't done that
If
in
we
3
are-
years, apparently.
If we are concerned about the bodies and what is becoming of them, I could perhaps accelerate their decay with fungal growth.
That's I will leave that up to you.
Very well. And Lyrian will kneel down and attempt to do just that. I don't have a specific move or spell or anything like that related to this, Johnny, just that there's a bunch of stuff themed around fungal spores.
Sure.
And so it's okay if you want to just assign some
Let me take a look
mechanism
at
to this.
your spell list here. See if
Like formally, Halo of Spores has a necrotic damage aspect to it,
Yeah.
which I associate with literally accelerating the rot of flesh. There's also the ability to sort of use symbiotic entity to leverage the same concept.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that would make sense. I would say, yeah, go ahead and roll a d20 as well.
Okay.
And add nature to it.
Very well. So a nature roll. That is my strongest suit with a plus 11. Does that even make sense mechanically, or is that a mistake? 'Cause that sounds ridiculous.
You have expertise in it. So
I've not had an opportunity to show this strength yet. Base 10, so 21.
wow. That's crazy. Yeah, you
You're
guys
good at nature and neat stuff.
you guys watch as this like single like conical fungus comes out of the ground in front of Lyrian in this center of this battlefield. And then it keeps growing until it is probably about as tall as Cass. And then starts like this gentle spewing of these white granules, these like spores that kind of float out, and you watch as these spores all go and land on each of these bodies. And then quickly you see this sort of very rapid these black lines that almost make these bodies look like they're marbling right in front of your eyes. And then the bodies begin to rapidly decay and kind of melt into the earth. And then you see where each of these bodies were, some of smaller but still like the same shape, these like conical fungus growing up where the bodies were. And so now you have this field of this fungus that Lyrian, I don't know if anybody else would recognize it, but you would know that this fungus is, one, it's magical in nature, but two, has like a very short life cycle. It's not like this is gonna spread some sort of decay like you've inspired some new rot. It's all this fungus is going to die almost as soon as you walk away.
Right. It's excellent. There. I think we have addressed both concerns.
You are muted, Nick.
Yeah, seems like it. So, on to Hilltop.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're all ready.
Yep.
All right, let's get you home. You guys make your way to Hilltop. And before, the city had walls, technically. You know, they were walls, but the gates were always open, and there were multiple gates, and it wasn't like it was hard to get in or out of the city. As you approach Hilltop, you can see that what was only nominally fortified before is now a true fortification. And the walls have been moved, or rather new walls have been built several hundred yards, like or kilometers almost out from where the original walls were. It seems that the city has grown in your absence, and that the walls, now stone walls, are farther out. And as you approach the gates, there are a couple of guards who you don't recognize, but they're standing guard. What's your business in Hilltop?
We are returning.
Returning from where?
The Feywilds.
Oh, Feywilds.
Correct.
How long were you in the Feywilds? I don't recognize you.
Apparently 3 and like 3/4 years.
Right. And then
We
he
are
looks
residents of Hilltop.
all right.
We are.
At this point, he sees Celine. He goes, oh. And he like takes his helmet off and like puts it over his chest. And, Miss Celine, welcome back. Is this lot with you, or are they bothering you? No, they're with me. Right.
Wow.
All right. In you go. Don't cause any trouble.
All right.
As Celine kind of walks past, you see him like bow.
What did you do?
Did you charm all of them?
No.
I didn't charm anyone. I'm just friendly.
Also, a charm wouldn't last that long. It would have to be enormously powerful.
I already told you I'm not that powerful of a fae.
Well, power is not just magical.
I'm incredibly charming.
Yeah.
She says like a little wry smile.
That's power unto itself, to some extent. So, I guess we'll go visit your ward. He works in the bakery, right, Jared?
Yeah, Edric works in the bakery, And
Oh, and then there's the apothecary.
yes, there's Lothiel's at the apothecary.
Which one do you think is closer
And-
to this gate?
Oh, the bakery's right this way.
Oh, perfect.
And Mortis is now the leader of the Gold Quarter. I don't think I even got to tell you that before you left, Jared.
Oh wow. Yeah, he keeps himself busy. Not
Which
that
one was
surprised. Mortis was the fellow Lockhodian who had escaped with me when
Mm.
the destruction had happened.
Is he the one you said you were going to ride?
I never said that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like you said that. I thought it was a horse.
Yeah. No, he's a man.
Huh.
A good man at that.
I hope being the head of the Gold Quarter.
Yeah.
Anyways, let us head to the bakery.
Yes, I'm gonna leave you all. There's some things I need to attend to make sure that home is ready for your return.
All right.
Okay. I mean, we don't need like any sort of
Yeah, I
ceremony.
prefer not to have some kind of welcome.
Lava would have my head if I didn't warn her about your return. So I'm going to go do that.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
at least we'll get to surprise a few people.
Thank you for building a cabin outside of the portal while you waited for us.
Make sure you thank Edric. He's actually the one who built it for me. So
Oh.
That makes I was kind of wondering
Nice.
how you would have built the cabin.
you all, I mean, it's your city. It's your home. You'll be able to find your way around. And I'll see you when you come back to the temple.
All right. We will see you then. Thank you very much, Celine.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'm sure Cass would also. Very heartfelt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think this is probably the 4th or 5th time you've seen Celine hug Cass.
Oh. All right. Well,
Moment of weakness for me there.
maybe we can get. I'm pretty hungry, so if we can get like a loaf or two.
Yeah. See, Edric.
You guys find the bakery easily enough. It is, when you guys are arriving at this point, it is mid-morning, and there's smoke coming out of the chimney of this relatively large building. One of the only buildings nearby with a stone roof instead of a thatched roof. And the smell of bread hits you
Oh yes.
almost as soon as the building's in sight. Even a little bit before you can see it, and you smell bread. And now, as you're getting closer, you can smell like the scent of fresh meat pies and like other pastries and stuff in this bakery as well. You make your way in, and there are a couple of people working in this bakery. There's a very round woman working the counter, helping someone at the counter at the moment, and you can see who you recognize even from behind, the tall, broad-shouldered Edric, putting some things into the ovens.
Oh, Jared, go say hello. I'm buying
Yeah.
bread, and I go to the front counter.
Yeah. Jared walks closer to Edric as he just speaks out and goes, "Hello, old friend."
Edric kind of stops and like cocks his ear, and then turns around, and he's holding a wood board with dough, like getting ready to go into the oven, and he just drops it and rushes out from behind the counter and pulls you into a hug, Jared. Oh, and forgive me, my lord. I shouldn't be sorry. And he like pushes you back and kind of like tries to like unruffle whatever clothes he didn't even actually ruffle through your armor.
He's like pointing at the mail at the end.
You're back.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Is everything all right? What
Yes, everything's perfectly fine.
held you?
Hmm?
What held you so long?
Well, I mean, in the Feywilds, we were making great time. But, that doesn't really help when you're in
You
the
went to the
Feywilds.
Fae. Right.
Yeah.
Right. The tricksters all.
Yeah. But I'm glad to see and hear You and Lafa are doing so well that you've made
Doing
do
so-
without us.
You need to meet our daughter, Lord. She's a sight. We named her after you.
Pellis comes over holding like 6 loaves and is like, "Yes, a new Larkholdian for us to
Hmm.
welcome into the world. This is very exciting."
She didn't charge you for all those, did she?
I already paid.
All right, I'll take care of it later.
No, you don't have to do that.
No, it's fine. It is an honor, though. Thank you. An honor I don't feel I quite deserve, but I will thank you nonetheless.
You kept Lockhold alive when you thought that the rest of Lockhold was dead. And now that new life has come from Lockhold, why shouldn't it carry the name of the one who bore that torch alone for so long?
Yes, it is an honor. I look forward to meeting her.
Seems like a great step for your campaign.
Perhaps she'll be trained to be great in battle as well, and she will ride with us the day that we raise Jundin to the ground.
You see a look of like genuine fear on Edric's face.
Maybe, Jared, but maybe not.
Perhaps, my lord, if that's your wish. She's rather young at the moment, but we can see to it if that is what you require.
Yes.
I think Sir Jared is doing a long-term thinking,
Yes.
Of course.
not in anytime soon kind of deal.
I'm against
must-
child labor, so I'd wait for her to be of age.
Oh, that's good.
You must be so tired, all of you.
Actually, we were only gone for like a few hours in our perspective. So
Really?
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm probably still in shock with the news of how long it's been.
Yeah, definitely has not.
Set in fully.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure the
And-
existence of new life will slap us directly in the face.
At this point, Lyrian, you notice that Edric is kind of like, he seems like he's half listening to them and he's looking at you like waiting for an opportunity to say something.
Lady Lyrian, have you been to the apothecary yet?
That's where we're headed next.
I have not.
They will be
I
so excited
understand
to
that
see you.
Lothiel is there.
Yes. Yes, lovely woman. Yes, she'll be incredibly happy to see you. And Cammy, her wife, and there's also, I don't know if you knew them, but they were Waking Root as well. There's Tyrion and Sobret who are working there.
Yes, I'm sure it will be pleasant. Though I am sad to hear that they have put down roots for so long rather than find a way to keep the wandering alive.
Do not be too disappointed in them, Lord. If I'm honest, it was me and Lapa who convinced them not to leave. They began having supper with us at the temple at least once a week, and we insisted that they not leave. After hearing what else happened, and then months passed, and well, the 4 of you didn't return. So we thought, certainly it's less safe than ever out there. And well, long story
I
short, we all
understand.
became family, and we wouldn't let our family leave.
Perhaps there is nothing more
fantastic.
difficult than starting over. As Sir Jared well knows.
I do know, and I hope this will make your heart sing, that they speak often of the Waking Root, and they've even begun offering herbalism classes at the apothecary, and are trying to keep the traditions of the Waking Root alive while remaining in place.
I see.
But I'm certain they will be overjoyed to see you. And was your campaign successful? Is the rest of the Waking Root with you?
Unfortunately, not. We
Oh.
we had made a lot of progress and found them, but the Fae, being the tricksters that they are, got one over on us. So,
Of course.
we are in square one on that one.
Well, nevertheless, it's a wonder and a privilege to see you all again.
It's great to see you.
It appears I need to remake some dough, so
Right.
you'll excuse me, I will be back at the temple for supper if you're-
Absolutely no
you're still
rush, and that is part of the reason why I got so many loaves. Anyways,
here. And
like Ellis is like gnawing on one at the top of the pile. That he's carrying. It's really hungry.
yeah, actually, the loaves are delicious, but these will be filling as well. And he goes and he grabs like a full tray of the meat pies and like puts them on top of the stack. you're carrying.
all right. There's just like a lot of food just in his arm.
And he claps Jared on the shoulder. And again, like Edric is a big guy. Like he's
Yeah.
like it's a meaty hand, like clapping you on the shoulder. And he's just like, my lord, nothing pleases me more than seeing your face again.
It is lovely seeing you, Edric. I thank you for doing what you've done for Hilltop and for the temple and for us.
I've done nothing less than what four of you did for me. But
All right.
go to the apothecary. Go see everyone who misses you all. Everyone will be so excited to see you again.
Jared bids Edric farewell. And jaunts on out of there.
Yeah. You guys make your way straight to the apothecary.
Yes, I think with some haste in Lyrian's steps now. As though walking with new purpose.
Yeah, let's get over there. Please help me. Carrying
Sorry.
too much. Thank you.
Jared will grab half of the pile that Pellis is carrying.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're just both walking with a massive pile of pastries in our hands.
Yeah,
Just
Lyrian does not help.
I love it.
Yeah, you guys reach the apothecary and you can immediately hear it does not sound angry, but you hear like shouting inside, like people are just kind of like talking loudly across the entire shop to one another, and it's kind of like open shop as well. There's not like a door. It's kind of like there's an awning, and then once you walk past the edge of the awning, you just walk through past a couple of pillars and you are in the shop, and it doesn't seem like the front even closes. But you can, as you approach the shop, you can hear people, at first sounds kind of like just jumbled general shouting back and forth. And as you get closer, Lyrian, you recognize it as Druidic.
The words being spoken aloud as
Yes.
Druidic? Or okay. Yeah. Music to my ears. What ingredients might be familiar to me as I look around? I'm picturing like things hanging, dried, trimmings of plants, live plants, these sorts of things.
Yeah. I mean, you notice a lot of, it's just a ton of medicinal herbs, and it's all stuff that you recognize. Most of it is, it seems to be, because you have a trained eye, you recognize these herbs are sectioned by the type of potion or poultice that you would use them to make. And there's even a section that's just cooking herbs. But you notice like it is, it's like these are the herbs you need to make a healing potion. These are the herbs you need to make a poultice for pain. And it's kind of like sectioned in such a way where if you know what you're looking for, you only need to go to one spot to get everything you need to make a single potion. And you do notice out in the front, kind of in its own section, there is a small bit of the waking root.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I think Lyrian will step quietly, sort of like unintentionally sneaking up on whoever appears first, Lothiel or the other two that I haven't been introduced to yet,
Mm-hmm.
and say, sun petal flower keeps better in less light.
Yes, that is true, but we need to keep it drier, and it is okay when it's near mire root. The mire root spores, do you keep it?
And she turns and stops.
Lyrian,
Though I don't pretend to know everything about medicinals.
does this mean what I hope it means? Did you find them?
We did not. Well, we did find them, but we did not release them. And for all I know, they are trapped eternally dancing. For
Lyrian, let's start with like the better news. We did find them. We know who is holding them in the Feywilds. We met with them. We completed one of their challenges, but through some Fey trickery, we were unable to free the rest of the Raking Root. But we have an idea of where they are in the Feywilds. We know who has them. That's progress. That's a chance for us to get them.
I am grateful that you went, and I am so glad you have returned. 3 years is enough time to accept that they may be gone forever. And so I felt a thrill of hope when I saw you. But I am not upset or even disappointed. I have made my peace.
Lothiel, I have not had 3 years to make my peace, for it was only today that I saw them.
What do you mean?
And it was, though Pellis's telling of the story is rather kind, it was because of my misinterpretation of the Archfey's words that the Waking Root remains captive. And I will seek to remedy this.
She takes your hand, like clasps it in both of hers.
If the stories are true, then the Fae seek every opportunity to trick. And so a misinterpretation is likely what they wanted. You are not at fault, and you shouldn't blame yourself. And I know that it is fresh. And so perhaps these words ring hollow, but I think in time we will see that you did your best. You did a good thing by going, and returning without them does not represent failure on your part. Life is more complex than simply being success and failure. And
you sound now like the circle of voices.
I could only dream of a title like that, but let me introduce you to two other rootlings I found. Sobret, Tyrion, come here. And a young woman and a young man who've been kind of standing looking at the two of you, but just not interrupting at all. One, the woman, her name Sobret, is human, and Tyrion seems to be, presumably because of just the way things tend to be, you can presume that he's half orc, but he looks full orc.
Okay.
They both come over and
Lyrian, we've heard.
Tyrion speaks up first.
We've heard much about you.
Well met, fellow rootlings.
Thank you.
Sobret speaks up.
Thank you for trying.
Of course. My efforts will continue.
If you need anything from us.
And
Were you there?
Lothi-
When the rest were taken?
at this point, Lothiel speaks up.
All three of us were out searching for the root.
10 of us in total were sent out to collect some of the root for the festival because our stores were low.
I don't know what happened to the other 7.
It could be possible that they made it back before us and went with everyone else, but the 3 of us found each other.
May I have some of the root?
Take as much as you want. Anything in my shop that you need is yours.
If the Archfey have used what was available of the remaining stores or anything, perhaps they will be interested in more.
Yeah, perhaps.
Johnny, how much should I add to my inventory, or how shall we represent this?
What is like the unit that the waking root is usually counted in?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm picturing essentially like what feels like an average human hand sized cut of the root type of a deal.
Do you think they might refer to it, if it's a human hand size, as like a fist of root?
Sure. Sounds awesome.
Cool. That's a good name. That's good.
Picture it being pretty like knotted and yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So I would say you could add 10 fists to your inventory.
Very good. It is good to see that there are others. I will return to you if I have good news.
She still has not let go of your hand yet, and she grips it tighter.
Do not stay away if you do not have good news, Lyrian.
Understood.
We are all that is left of our people. Whatever happened between you and the Circle of Voices before, it is forgotten. You need to understand that you are the only voice from the Circle that the 3 of us have left in this world.
You cannot give me such an honor. I was no longer in the Circle when they were taken.
She pats your hand.
Lyrian, you know as well as I that you do not get to decide how others honor you.
If you consider me a voice of authority, you may not like what I have to say. But for now, I will say nothing.
We did not always agree with the Circle before. Why should that change now? Anyways,
Very well.
our tents are always open to you. May the way always be clear for you.
Yeah, Lyrian nods. Johnny, this is... I'm not sure what type of role this is. But Lyrian's already been provided context about their decision to stay here, how one thing led to another. He doesn't mean to ask anything of them or about that at this point. But I kind of want to just stare into Lothiel's soul, so to speak, and to make what I can of her abandonment of the Waking Roots ways.
Sure. What do you mean exactly? I'm not
I think
sure
it's
I'm
partly
entirely
an
following.
observational thing, piecing together what I can of their environment and how they've configured the store and what I've heard from Edric. But it's that combined with an aspect of intuition, of looking into their eyes and trying to assess what I perceive of their fidelity to the Waking Root. It's very difficult to conceive of them just sort of letting go of being more a part of the land, and living more and more in this walled city.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay. Base 15, 21.
21. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera while I'm doing this.
You look beautiful.
I look like nothing right now.
What I can picture is stunning.
Well, I appreciate that. Anyway, no, so yeah, what you can kind of suss out here is that they don't see what they are doing as an abandonment of the ways of the Waking Root so much as doing what is necessary to survive while the rest of the Waking Root is gone.
Mm-hmm.
There are ways that it's not, the Waking Root is not by its nature like a pacifist group, and so their protection exists when you are part of a large nomadic group like that. That does not exist when you are alone or when there are only 4 of you. And as far as you can tell, none of them seem to be like spellcasters or people of particular strength or power or prowess in that way. And so staying in the city, despite it maybe not being their preferred way to live, is a matter of safety. And having this apothecary shop, planting things, helping people with herbs rather than magic, and offering this particular service is their way of staying connected to the land while not being able to travel the way they would prefer.
Love it. Super helpful exposition.
Cool.
Lyrian tries to keep an open mind.
Palace and Jared are just eating in the corner.
Yeah.
Just chowing on meat pies.
And more of an effort to make the piles smaller for our next one.
Yeah, it's just a little more manageable.
I am ready.
Right. Well, it was great meeting all 3 of you. I hope to see more
Likewise.
of you. I'm Palace, by the way. I don't think I was actually introduced. This is Sir Jared.
Lothiel.
There were more important things going on. Yeah, you're Lothiel.
Sure.
I got that. And
Yes, and I'm Silbrett.
Sobret
And
and
Tyrion.
Tyrion.
Pleasure.
All right. Well, we will see you again later. If you do not have plans for the evening, you should come to the temple central to the city. I'm sure you're aware of it.
Oh, we're quite
Yeah, the
familiar.
Black
We eat there often with the with the Larcodians.
Well, come and feast with us.
Thank you for the invitation. We will.
Good. All right. Well, Jared, Marion, let us go home.
All right.
Do we have anything else to do first? Really quick. Like before we go to the temple. Sure, should we see Cadmir? Maybe we should see Cadmir.
See what Cadmir's doing.
Yeah.
You can do that. I will see if Anders is dead.
Who?
The librarian.
The librarian.
The librarian. Okay. I hope he isn't. Unless you want him to be.
If he remains
This
alive, the last 3+ years may not have been kind.
It's really old.
Oh. Wow. I didn't realize you had a close relationship with this elderly gentleman. I hope he's all right.
It is just dawning on me that I never clarified this. That you guys, when you reappeared on this plane, you were wearing all of your normal clothes again. All of your like things that you'd left behind at the tree. That you
Yeah.
didn't take into the dance.
Okay,
Everything
I was-
is
I
I had
figured
forgot that happened, but I was hoping that it was. I guess when it
Yeah.
happened, I was like, I hope we get
Yeah.
this back.
it was incredibly
Yeah.
noticeable for me because I looked at my sheet starting the session. I saw my AC was 9, and I was like, "Oh, yep, that's why."
yeah, totally meant to mention that. Totally spaced
Yeah.
on it. Sorry, but
There you go.
so Lyrian is going to a library, and Pellis and Jared are going to temple.
Yeah, I guess we have
And
to.
We'll assume Cass is going to the temple as well.
We'll send Cass to see Cadmir because
Yeah,
Palace and Jared are.
that can just happen off screen.
Yeah, that can happen off screen, but because to like invite him over for like a meal would be the intention. But Palace and Jared are carrying a bunch of pastries and
Mhm.
loaves, bread. So
Crumpets and sausage rolls.
Why don't we stick with Lyrian for the moment?
Okay.
So, yeah, Lyrian, you make your way to the library, and when you come in, there is a you do not see Anders at the desk. At the front desk, you see one of who you recognize as one of his apprentices,
Mhm.
who is a young man named Folus.
So I would perhaps remember this name.
Yeah.
Okay. Greetings, Phyllis. Is Anders here?
Lyrian, you're back. Yes, Anders is in. Yes, in the back office. Do you remember how to get there?
I think so.
Feel free to see yourself. He will be quite pleased to see you.
Oh, that is good to hear, since I have more things to ask of him. And Lyrian proceeds. Is there any trick to getting into the back office?
No, it's just like you know how to get back there, and
I'm picturing
no
like a
issues.
couple obscure kind of shelves that you just have to know your way around, and like a corner where it looks like you can't really see the door unless you go all the way right up into it.
Mhm.
Kind of squeeze between the edge of two bookcases, just because if he's in his office, he really wouldn't want to be bothered.
Yeah.
And Lyrian will knock, and I'd like to see if I can remember anything that would be like a historically interesting knock. Something that would be amusing to a well-read person such as Anders.
I why don't you go ahead and just make a persuasion roll? And you can,
Persuasion.
Yeah.
All right. I was hoping for history, but very well. Bupkis.
yeah,
Phase 2, unnatural 1.
I'll put it
So
this way.
I fully injure myself.
No, but it occurs to you as you go to knock with this thought in mind that history does not record a lot of the knocks people have used to gain admittance to different spaces.
Very well.
Start knocking some like intricate like rhythm of a song.
This ends up being a full drum beat. Hello. Lyrian finally announces herself after failing to do something more interesting.
Yeah, and Anders is you just hear,
Come in.
I see that you're not dead.
and he's like just writing away, looking down.
What a way to start a conversation.
Writing.
That's the
Of course I'm
best
not dead. Why would I be?
I don't know. I suppose it does happen now and then.
I suppose it happens now and then, but not to me.
How has the world been these last 3 some years without the waking root?
What happens to the waking?
At this point, he looks up.
I thought you were gone.
That is accurate enough. The Feywild was unforgiving. The waking root remained captive there.
So you failed.
I did. Hope is not lost.
Of course
If
not.
there's anything more you can do to help me, this would be a
I-
good time as I
What
seek
would
to
you have
embark
me do?
again. I think you perceived rightly, Anders, that last we spoke, I had not learned to value companions more than secrets. But you were kind enough to help me. Anyway, now I think I am truly beginning to understand the principle.
I see.
Whatever tools or knowledge I can be trusted with that might help in this quest, I would welcome, even if you must assign some limitation or consequence to them.
What sort of tool did you have in mind, Lyrian?
If you know the ways of the Fae, perhaps something valuable enough to trade away the waking root in exchange for it. Forgoing that, perhaps a way to pry them from the Fae's hands.
The Fae are fickle. Ever changing, ever the same. You'd sooner ask me how to use a thumbtack to stop the wind. There are things that can accomplish what you want, but maybe you are asking questions in the wrong direction.
Guide me.
Have you thought about seeking powerful magics that can force the Fae to give you what you want?
Forgive my cryptic and poetic speeches. This is what I was asking for when I meant to pry them from the Fae's hands.
Of course. I would implore you, Lyrian, to ask things plainly. An old man. Here's the thing I know about the Fae. Some of them are quite powerful, willing to make deals, to give you things of power that could accomplish wonders. And many of them hate one another. Seek a Fae who hates the Fae who have the people you care for. You may need to sell something equally valuable, but no one is more likely to have the magic you need.
Is there an easy way to get into the Fey realm from here?
I mean, plane shifting? Or how did you get to the Fey realm before?
Johnny, if I'm not mistaken, with the help of Celine, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plane
Yep.
shifting. You could also
By the help of a Fey.
then ask that Fey for help again. Or try to summon one here. They can cross the barrier easier than we can, and may be easier for you to get one to come to you.
This summoning process, what does it require of me?
Let me see some.
Lyrian begins thinking out loud.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull something up here, but feel free to.
I could trap someone else, perhaps. Bring them, offer them in the stead of the waking root, someone entertaining enough for Lady Petal and Sir Pips. Or perhaps I could pit one Fey against another, but then that Fey may ask something of me that I don't wish to give.
They almost certainly will ask for something you don't wish to give. But try. Hang on. Sorry. Internet is not cooperating with me right now. Come back to me in an hour, Lyrian, and I will give you a spell scroll that will do what you need it to.
Very well.
But no,
Good to see you.
likewise, this course of action is not safe and is not wise.
I have been neither of those things lately.
Very well. Come back in an hour.
And Lyrian leaves to join Pellis and Jared. And it looks like we are at time already.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will jump back in. If you are with us on Twitch, we'll be back at the 40 mark. If you are with us on the podcast, we will be back next week.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Bye.
No special
Bye.
announcements, right? We're just chilling. We're good.
Oh, so
I mean, if you want to support us on Patreon, you're welcome to do so.
Hey, hey.
please,
And you can always join us on
Please.
Discord for free.
Yeah.
please.
Hang out.
For free.
Sully answers your gaming questions.
Yes.
Not us. It's mostly Sully. And that's about it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 Hey, welcome back.
And we're live.
Nick. Here you. It's doing the thing to you now.
And then it is.
It did.
It stopped
did.
the moment Danny said something.
The meddlesome Fae.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Didn't have anything good. Okay. I hope you guys had a great little break there. We're
Sure
gonna jump
did.
Back into it. And I've got another banter question for you guys.
Ah.
Just a reminder for those of you maybe just jumping into the stream here, which would be odd, but not impossible. And for those of you listening on the podcast, that Justin is not going to be on this episode either. He's still feeling a little under the weather. If anything's going on with Cass, he is technically listening in. You can let us know if there's anything he wants us to do with Cass, but you won't be hearing his voice or seeing him on the stream today. And if anything happens with Cass, you'll be hearing it coming from the rest of us, not from Justin. But hopefully he has a speedy recovery. And with that, let's jump into this banter question. So, have you guys ever heard this like meme, this joke that goes around the internet about how the Olympics should have like a regular person so that we have someone to actually like compare these Olympic athletes to?
Yes.
Like when they're
Yeah,
about to
I-
go
yeah,
in and swim at like crazy speeds, you just have a regular person jump in and swim in a lane next to them. Just
Yes,
like as
exactly.
like a sort of
Precisely.
constant in a scientific experiment or whatever.
Precisely
Where it's
that.
like just
So-
for reference. This
Yeah,
is just Joe.
so we as
and Joe
the
is
audience,
trying.
as we as the viewing audience actually have a frame of reference for what these athletes are like compared to the rest of us. And so this is like a thing that comes up on the internet every so often. Now, imagine that you get a letter from the U.S. Olympic Committee telling you that you have been selected as one of the upcoming Olympics normal people, and that instead of just being assigned to a random sport, they do at least want something that you feel competitive in, even though you're not going to be an Olympic athlete, and we all know that. And so if you were assigned to be a normal person for the Olympics, and you had the opportunity to select something you actually think you could do reasonably well in, what event would you pick?
Okay, so I felt my body get tired even just hearing you ask this question. So I would immediately go towards something involving sitting down. So probably some form of like marksmanship.
You don't actually sit for those, right?
No,
I
they
would be
stand.
I have
sitting.
no idea.
I would be sitting.
Oh, okay.
I would
Should be like the
insist
normal
on,
guy. I request a chair for this target shooting competition.
I would
And they'd be like, well, he is a
insist
normal
sitting
guy, so
on a cushioned chair with lovely music playing in headphones.
I request a full massage chair the entire time I'm firing that gun.
I think I would have a lot of fun with like the target shooting stuff. I would definitely wouldn't
Mhm.
be competitive, like in an actual sense. But I don't know. I was thinking like javelin or something if it needed to be physical.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it would also be fun to throw a spear. Maybe swim. I like swimming. I've never actually played it as like a sport or anything
Yeah.
like that, but yeah, that's about it.
If there's anything I have a chance at being okay at in the Olympics, it might be like a mid-distance thing. Like, is there a 3-mile Olympic event?
I think it's all in meters, but I don't know.
Okay. Can't do a marathon. Probably can't do a half. But
The
I
1600
know I'm
meters.
not built for a mile. So
Yeah.
that's possible. And then, oh man, this is terrible because it's not like I could just do it in a safe way alongside Olympians. Olympic wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
I could just get.
You need two
absolutely
normal
thrashed.
guys for all the
Yeah,
the
yeah,
I
that's what I was
guess-
gonna
I
say.
guess
All
so.
those like
Get a
head-to-head
buddy
leagues,
who
it
are
has to be
both
two
like,
regular
hey,
dudes.
Who would your normal guy partner be or opponent be for wrestling, Steve?
just a random
Um,
dude with a similar build, right?
Probably my buddy Evan, who Johnny knows.
Okay.
Evan
There you go.
Pisek,
Yeah.
who's also on Weathersfield wrestling team, represent Eagles.
Wait, no, it would just be that Steve would be going, if you were on the wrestling team for the US as the normal guy, you'd be going against like the UK's normal guy.
Oh, so
Yeah.
this is normal guy. Yeah.
And I think you'd also have to do one where each of you then competed against an actual Olympian to like fully display.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's like the difference in like you two performing against each other, but then also the difference in you actually performing against a real Olympian in a competitive, like 1v1 like that.
This is really
Yeah.
funny too, because I feel
It
like
would basically double the length of every like team sport, because like you would have to have like they just like pick their like some random intramural soccer team that's going to have to go to the Olympics and play all of these.
The randos bracket.
Yeah.
I feel like the bar is set at different heights for normal people of different places across the world.
I don't know
It
about
depends
that.
on what you're talking about, but
It depends.
I guess
I
like
mean, that's
the
true of
average
the
soccer
Olympic
player
athletes too.
Yeah.
Like there
yeah.
are countries that dominate certain sports, and other countries it's like, why did you even send a person for this?
We just gotta start a normal Olympics.
I'm looking
I
at
guess
you,
that's
that's
just it's just sport.
Speaking of, Cool
there-
Runnings
okay.
is a really fun movie.
It is a really fun movie.
Yeah.
And they
Just to
weren't normal
build off
guys;
of this-
they were professional athletes. But it was
Yeah,
a
that's-
reach just switching to bobsledding.
completely switched to a completely different sport. To switch this onto the other side of it, I have always thought that there should be a version of the Olympics where doping, growth hormone, what have you, is totally illegal or legal, totally legal. And like the point is to just literally push the human physique as far as possible and see what can be achieved. Like you're allowed to use as many steroids as you want. You're allowed
Everyone
to-
would pump
whatever.
themselves with adrenaline right before every single event.
Yeah, I mean blood dope, right? Like,
I
but,
mean, you
like,
would have
let's see what's possible.
that would be that this would end up being the deadliest non-gladiatorial sporting
True.
situation
Yeah.
ever.
I do
My-
want
my-
a separate bracket for like androids, by the way, or like mechanically enhanced. Like I
Oh,
still want to
like-
allow them in, but we just have to be in a separate bracket. We also destroy ourselves with force that we should not be capable of.
Yeah, we should definitely get to that point. But yeah, I just think like maybe there would be rulings about like not steroids specifically because they're like super dangerous, but like you're allowed to use growth hormone, you're allowed to blood dope. They don't have like necessarily permanent negative effects or immediately negative effects. Stuff like that. Where it's definitely cheating to do in the normal Olympics, and it's done anyways though because it's not like super deadly and it's easy to hide. But let's just make it legal. Just push these people, see what they can do. What can be done?
We just go full circle back into coliseums.
I think that's
Trying
what
to
would
kill
end up
people.
eventually.
Yeah, that's fair. But I'm like, I want to know. Like, I don't want people to be in danger. So maybe the steroids were a bad idea to even mention. But I'm just saying, it'd be really cool. And
Yeah,
It is, yeah.
hopefully
you'd
would
have to
also
have-
curb cheating in the Olympics. Straight up.
you'd have to have in that version of the Olympics, you'd have to have a normal Olympic athlete and a regular guy.
Correct. Both doing the same things.
Yes, someone who's reached the pinnacle of human achievement with no assistance other than training,
Yeah.
and some guy who was on his couch 5 minutes ago.
That guy.
But
But then dope them up, give them growth hormone for like the 3 months leading up to the event. See what
Yeah.
happens.
The Swedes are just hopped on mushrooms, being insane.
Yeah, man, whatever helps, whatever works, as long as
Yeah.
it's not immediately. I think that would be the stipulation. As long as it's not like immediately or permanently like affecting your health,
yeah,
should be good to try.
cool. I love that
I
idea.
want to put Nick in charge of the Olympics now. I think I'm sold on that.
Yeah, Nick is now the U.S. Olympic Committee.
Oh wow!
I didn't realize I had so
He's
much power,
Olympic.
but I guess I just gave that to you.
Yeah, I know that's nice.
Mr. John Olympic.
Anyways, before we jump into D&D, we do have a fun announcement for you guys. I think I want Steve to make this announcement for us.
Whoa!
Sorry, I caught him chewing.
So-
That's my fault.
I am flying to Chicago. And because I am flying to Chicago, I bothered all of Dustfire friends and tried to figure out if we can all be in Chicago. At least the 5 of us who are usually on this show. And so that is happening. We can get Johnny all the way from Connecticut to Chicago. Nick and Danny will come down.
Oh yes,
It's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be very awesome.
And
Yeah,
we're going to
and so-
play games.
Yeah, the next time you guys see us at our normally scheduled time in 2 weeks, we will be in person. And so things on the stream are going to look a little bit different. Things might sound slightly different, but that's going to be because we're all going to be together in one place
Yeah.
playing games.
Just
We'll be
chatting
able
on
to
the way.
treat each other a little bit.
And definitely trying not to touch too much.
I don't know
Mhm.
about that.
We're pretty excited. Pretty excited. I think
First
it'd
time
be
we'll-
really surreal to only have seen us in this context in these little separate boxes with our typical backgrounds and then see us in a room together. It'd be like, whoa,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have
exist
to
on the
find
same material
where
plane.
pants during a session.
Yep.
You're not-
Well,
what?
depending on the angle of the camera and the table,
I might not.
pants
Have,
may not be required.
you're
Yeah,
right.
it's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, true. Who knows? what
Tricks
we're
of
doing?
cinema.
I'm going to ask you to wear pants. I'm going to be honest. I would prefer it.
Or
I can
shorts.
oblige.
Shorts. Some.
Short
Who
pants,
There's no.
You
way
meant
of
British
knowing
pants,
when
right?
that'll happen.
assless
Please?
chaps.
I don't know if those are acceptable.
Oh man, I've only packed my assless chaps. Sorry, guys.
As if Danny didn't have time to pack from now and then. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm already packed. What's done is done.
Guys, I grabbed the wrong bag. This is just breakaway clothes and assless chaps.
Danny, have you had a bag like that ready to go for travel?
It's just
I don't
bug
think
out
I could ever think more
Chris-
highly of you.
Actually.
I
He has a
packed
really
my fun-
specific plan for surviving the apocalypse, and that's what's in his bug out bag.
Mm,
That is a niche that a lot of people probably aren't trying to fill.
It's for making
Post-apocalyptic
other people
raiders
bug out.
are terrified of breakaway clothes and assless
I
chaps.
am going to prostitute my way to survival. That's
Oh,
what
what?
for.
It's like
It would
Channing
probably
Tatum
work.
in This Is the End. Oh my
gift. Yep. With that, let's play some D&D.
Yeah, I'm so down.
So, last episode, you guys made your way back to Hilltop after finding out that you've been in the Feywild for 3 years. And a lot has changed in that time. And a lot of things have changed in ways that you don't even know yet. And so, both because of the things that you do and because of the things that you don't yet know, things are feeling a little bit different. And, there's definitely a sense, I think, that Lyrian has of having failed in the endeavor that you guys were after. I think maybe there's a sense of, even Jared expressed like a sense of like failure to protect the people that he was supposed to be protecting in that time. And a lot of feelings, a lot of stuff going around. And but with that, let's jump back in. Where we left off, Lyrian was seeing Anders about a spell. Anders told her that he was going to have a spell ready in about an hour for her that would help with taking care of this issue with the Fae, at least potentially, depending on how Lyrian chooses to use it. And Jared and Pellis were making their way back to the temple. And so I think the camera finds us as Jared and Pellis approach the temple with a group. You guys find yourselves walking with a group of petitioners. Some you might recognize, most you don't, on their way to give gifts and sacrifices at some of the shrines in the temple. Pellis, as you look at the things that they're carrying, you can tell like what gods they're bringing gifts to, because of what gifts those gods find appropriate or acceptable. As you make your way into the courtyard, Jared, you see that the shrine, the remembrance shrine you had built for Larkhold, is very well maintained and is you see like little like statuette things around it as well that seem like maybe Edric and Lafa have been keeping up with at least some version of the ritual that you had them participate with you in. And You even see, if you look closely, actually, go ahead and make a perception check.
All right. Nice. 18.
Yeah, as you pass and you look closely at the shrine, you notice that there is a small statuette carved in your likeness that has, as you look at the details on it, it has your specific version of the Larkoldian sigil on its breastplate.
Jared says under his breath, "Yeah, they definitely thought I was dead."
Well, that happens.
It is an honor, though.
Well, they clearly care for you, and that's good.
As you guys are walking into the temple proper, before you even make it to the door, it bursts open and Lafa comes rushing out. It's true. Celine was telling the truth. I mean, I don't know why she lied to me, but oh, it's so good to see you. And she pulls you both into just like a tight mama bear hug.
This is very pleasant. Not complaining. I am about to drop these loaves. I just want.
Oh, of course. Yes. No.
Yeah. Jared has nimbly used the hug to place his loaves into her arms.
She takes them willingly, readily. Oh, there's so much to tell you about everything that's happened. So where to even start? No, you must be hungry. Well, maybe not. You've been gnawing on this bread. What do you need?
No, I'm still. We are still hungry.
We've moved your things, so they're no longer. The dining hall is now a proper dining hall, and we have rooms set up for each of you. Once we finished the dormitories, I moved all of your effects, so each of you has your own room ready. I hope you'll find them well appointed. I've kept them clean and tidy, and I go in and I dust almost every day. Others gave up, but I knew that you'd be coming back.
I love it. I thought it was gonna be one of those you turned my room into a gem moments.
Well, it was always the kitchen or dining room. That's why we were eating outside.
Yeah.
It is
lovely to see you, Lava.
It's wonderful to see you, and I'm so excited for you to meet Jaina. She's sleeping right now.
All right.
Cannot wait. Very excited.
Yes. Very excited.
Yes, thank you so much for all that you've done for the temple in the time that we've been gone. Of
course.
Immaculate. There's more followers here than when I was here, so clearly you're doing a better job than I was.
Well, I'm not doing anything. It's Sister Tavi. She's a wonder. She did tell me that you two knew each other briefly when you were in clerical school.
Yes, we were very close. She is a very incredible priestess.
She is. She's wonderful. And so I know that she is likely in the back office at the moment. We found out that storage room was an office. So
That makes sense.
you can likely find her there. But
Great.
This is your
He turns
home.
and goes to the dorm. He just immediately walks over to the dorm. Or no, to the kitchen to drop off.
To the kitchen? Okay.
Yeah, to drop off the bread. Jared, I guess Lafa, you have the bread now, so I'll see you in the kitchen.
Yep, she's following you.
Jared is just standing there with his hands on his hips, nodding to himself.
Incredible.
Classic foreman energy.
Just
I approve of this. This is going well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
go
ahead.
So some point we're in the kitchen, finally get to put down all the bread. Lafa.
Yes.
So you've had time to talk to Tavi and get to know her, I'm assuming.
Yes, of course.
So she's staying at the temple now?
Yes, she's staying in the dorm. Actually, I think it's the one right next to yours.
Great, fantastic. She said she knew me briefly.
Yes, that you went to school together.
Mhm. Right. Should you mention anybody else? Anybody in their life? Name? Or
She kind of
reference?
smirks at you a little bit.
Do you mean like romantically?
No, just, I mean, like in general. I mean, including.
No, she hasn't spoken of anyone.
Okay. It's good to know.
Should she have?
No. Well, I mean, she might have.
Yes, she might have, but she didn't. Is there someone you wanted her to speak of, or?
No. I'd have no horse in that race. Just wondering.
Make a deception check.
Okay.
Without Cass, we're just the most smooth talking party, aren't we?
We are. Marion just creating Anders. Oh, you're not dead. That's good.
I rolled a natural 20, so 22.
Oh,
okay.
For deception.
Ooh,
Lava
you've been decepted.
just kind of Lava nods and just kind of. All right. Well, I'm
Right.
sure
So
she'll be
she'll-
looking forward to a reunion of whatever sorts. And are there any other
Yeah.
questions I can answer for you?
No. I would love to meet Jaina whenever you are. Whenever she is ready for that.
When she wakes up from her nap, we'll be so delighted.
Very excited.
And I'm going to make a special dinner tonight. I'll make sure Edric brings everyone.
We met a few people on the way, and invited them, but I hope we don't miss anybody. Thank you so much, Alpha.
Of course.
Lyrian, are you making your way to the temple too, or are you waiting for
Yeah, I
Edgar?
was just picturing myself only slightly behind them.
Cool.
At this
Yeah,
point.
probably around this time you come in as
Yep.
Lafa is walking out of the kitchen to see some of her other duties, and she sees you and rushes over and gives you a big hug. And Cass, who's with you.
I adore Lafa so much.
Yeah, Lyrian embraces Lafa. I did not realize that I was so missed.
All of you were. Especially by Edric and I. The four of you, we owe you our lives. We owe you Nina's life. We would have nothing, less than nothing, if it weren't for you.
I had not seen it that way, but it is good to be back. The shrine is
good to
going
have
well,
you
I see.
Yes, and the people are loving it. I'll be honest, it started out because of when the battle started, we built the shrine to Gogad to try and hopefully stem the tide, and that's why most people started coming. But then I would say the petitions to Gogad have diminished, but people have kept coming, and it's wonderful.
Good to hear it. And the shrines and places of prayer to various deities, are they complete now?
I mean, from where you're standing, you can see the shrines are still generally in the same state. They finished the shrine to Gogad, which was not finished yet when you guys had left. But the rest of the shrines are incomplete.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I will walk around a bit.
Of course, your room is. We moved your things. We moved all of your things. You and you, Lady Cass. We moved your things to the dormitories. We finished cleaning them out, and so your room is the third on the left.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Lyrian looks just a bit confused. The sense of like warmth is really nice, but there's almost an aspect of just apprehension, as though being in a completely unfamiliar space while going through these familiar spaces that have been slightly adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
And the hustle and bustle of things is different than remembered.
Are you
But she
walking
makes her way to
through?
find Pellis.
Yeah, you can like hard cut to Pellis standing frozen outside of that office door that was mentioned in the temple. And that's where Lyrian finds him.
I was gonna ask real quick, Nick. I believe you told the rest of us in the party about your and Tavi's.
We can
Nope.
just bring that out
No?
through RP and everything, but you guys don't know about Tavi yet.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he mentioned that he had a child before he became a priest.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking someone else completely. Okay.
Well, they said they moved my things, which
Ah!
would have comprised 3 objects, I believe. Sorry to startle you.
Yeah, sorry.
I
Right.
thought you
yes.
had become accustomed to my appearance.
I am. There's nothing. It's not about your appearance. I was just distracted. Thinking about something else. Yes, they moved us into the dorms, which I mean makes sense.
Do you need help getting into this door? And Lyrian begins
No.
to start trying to open it.
No. Just like gets in the way and kind of like moves her. I'm
Ah,
working. I'm going to see somebody. Have a conversation. It's gonna be totally. It's gonna happen.
I trust that it will. This is clearly an important conversation.
I hope so.
She looks you searchingly.
He just says, "I hope so."
Then I shall leave you to it.
Thank you.
And Lyrian steps 2 steps back, but does not leave.
Right. Okay. Pellis turns and knocks on the door.
It takes a minute. Like, it just seems like a beat too long, where like Pellis might be like reaching up to knock again when you hear a voice say, come in.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Come in.
He opens the door.
And you see sitting at a desk towards the back of this office. It's not like a opulent office. It's very, very simple. There are a handful of books and scrolls that you can see on the walls, and very sparse decorations, mostly like icons to Dystall, but some smaller ones to some of the other gods as well. And a very simple stone desk that seems to have been built out like it was hewn out of the same stone that the floor is made of. And a woman sitting behind the desk. She, last time you saw her, you were slightly older than her. Now you're looking at someone who is basically, the things have flipped. She seems slightly older than you. And she's like adjusting herself and make an insight check.
Okay. 22.
22. So you can tell just looking at her, even through your own nerves, that she's incredibly nervous, that she knew you were outside the door and like heard, maybe didn't hear the words, but heard your voice when you were talking to Lyrian outside the door. And knew that you were coming because Celine had come back to let them know that you were coming. And so she is very clear to you that she is at least as nervous to see you as you are to see her. And is like trying to like fix herself and keeps like pressing her robes down and like trying to like adjusting herself. But you describe for the audience what Celine looks like, or Tavi looks like.
Yeah, Tavi has like very long dark hair. Like it's thick, but it kind of like catches in the light to like that belies like an inviting smoothness and like softness. She kind of has like pretty dark skin, but like bright eyes. They're not necessarily like bright colored, but very just warmth, like in every feature. And at least that's how Pellis sees her. And so he's like leering. He's opened the door, right, and he has not moved. He is looking at her, and you just see his back, but he has not flinched. He's just looking at her.
Yeah, this whole time she's been like adjusting herself and seems nervous, but she hasn't actually looked at Pellis yet. She looks up, and her eyes meet yours, and her breath just catches. And then she stands up quickly and come in, please. Come in.
He starts walking forward. He doesn't like say anything. He starts walking forward. He slowly walks around the desk and walks up to her, like very close, and still doesn't say anything. And he starts to reach out to her. He doesn't go all the way though. There's like a hesitation.
Yeah, she is she shorter than Pellis?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So she like looks up slightly into Pellis's eyes and is like looking into your eyes this whole time as you're walking towards her. And she doesn't move either. And as you come and you stand and you begin to reach out, even as you feel maybe a moment of hesitation, Tavi rushes in and you feel her arms like hook up under yours and like she pulls herself tight to you.
He like wraps her arms all the way around her shoulders and like pulls her in tight. And he says to her, I know it's been longer for you. And I'm so sorry that it was any amount of time at all.
And like in the muffled by like the folds of your robe and like against, like you can feel her speaking like against your chest. She just says, I thought I lost you again.
No, I've made it back to you, and I don't plan on going anywhere.
She, at this point, kind of pulls back, takes a step back, and like her as she steps back, she keeps her like hands on you, like they slide down your back and like rest on your hips as she looks up at you, and she says, I think this temple needs 2 priests anyway.
It does seem like a pretty hefty job. You've pulled in a lot of petitioners. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, well, I'd hate to see you drive them all away. So I think it's important that we make this work together, right?
Yes, clearly. I did barely graduate, so can't expect too much from me.
Pellis,
Yes.
I have missed you.
I've missed you. I know we lost time in the Fey Wilds, and I immediately realized how ridiculous it was that while I had the chance to be near you, that I wasn't. It was a waste of the time that Diastol had given us.
And she takes kind of a step back, and you notice for the first time that she's wearing like a leather cord with a small leather pouch at the end, which you would recognize from various funeral rites, but specifically a Diastolan rite that is like a pouch held for cremated ashes. Like, and you say this, and she reaches up and clutches the pouch. It was hard for both of us. What happened?
Pellis reaches into his robes and pulls out a very similar, like the same looking pouch, and holds it in his hands and clasps hers around her pouch, including his, and then puts his forehead against hers, and says, "It will never not be hard, but I am still happy that we got any time with her. And I'm very happy that I get more time with you."
And you hear like her sniffle. She pulls one of her hands free and like wipes a tear away. And then kind of takes a step back and wipes the other side. You met Jaina yet? She's
I'm
perfect.
very excited. I'm very excited. I want to hold that baby.
She should be waking any minute now. Come. And she like walks around to the other side of the desk and starts walking out of the office.
I think there's a moment in life. There's many moments in life where everything feels really right for just like a little bit, and like everything kind of freezes, and you get these like still frames in your mind. And that is what happens for Pellis. Right? He sees her excitedly rush towards the door, and it's still daylight outside. It's streaming into the office, and Lyrian is just outside the door, and I think he just really, I think he thanks Dystall for this quiet moment, and follows after.
Yeah. As Tavi walks out the door, she stops when she sees Lyrian standing there. She goes,
"Oh, that's Lyrian. Sorry, should have warned you."
She goes, "Oh."
Lyrian is just sort of idly examining a fist of waking root.
Yeah. She stops and like Pellis yells at Lyrian, and almost in response to Pellis, more than talking to you, she reaches out like really gently and touches like just at the edge of your jaw, like very clearly examining the cracks in your skin. And goes, "So you are. I think that there might be something in your room worth your time."
In mine.
A courier brought it maybe 6 months after you disappeared. I wasn't even here yet, but Lava has told me about it. Did you make some sort of a deal with the crime lord for a salve or a recipe to help your skin?
Indeed.
It's hard to find work sometimes, Tavi. Just we're trying to make enough money to get the temple going.
I'm not judging you, Pellis.
Okay, right. Well, Lyrian, that might be very helpful. Also, in general, you might want to consult Tavi with other things going on. She is quite the accomplished priestess.
A pleasure, Tavi.
The pleasure is all mine, and Pellis overstates my skill.
Not at all.
I'm a humble servant, and just seek to serve Dystall and the other gods the best I can.
Which is far better than me. So, keep that in mind.
No one is more devoted than Pellis.
You are both adept at complementing each other. A skill much needed in our party, and one which I lack. Lyrian bows and then heads to her room.
As you start to walk away, Tavi goes, "That was a wonderful compliment, right there."
Yeah. She's not very cognizant of she's just very straightforward, and so she just gives an honest opinion. And sometimes it's a straight up compliment, and sometimes it's it feels like someone stabbing you in the stomach. But she doesn't really recognize it either way.
I think it's better to know where people stand, isn't it? At least you don't have to wonder.
No, certainly not. Let's go see baby.
Yes. And Jared, I'm not sure where you are in this moment, but I think maybe I think like Lafa had gone to get Jaina, and you see this awkward moment where like Cass was the only one who was like out in a common area when Lafa came out with Jaina. And so like she's like kind of half holding Jaina while Cass is like awkwardly, like you could tell Cass doesn't want to be holding the baby, but is holding the baby. And like
Oh man.
Yeah, I think eventually Jared will. I think he probably went during all this, like the conversation between Palace and Tavi. Jared probably went to find where his room was moved to, and probably just like set some of his things down there, checked on like the remnants of his past rituals, those like medallions that he had forged in the name of like past Larkoldians. But eventually he will leave and just to see what anyone's doing. He'll probably run into Lafa and Cass.
Yeah.
This is Jaina.
Like this is Jaina. Jaina, this is Sajed.
Yeah, and definitely Lafa's first time, probably Cass's first time as well. Like just with all resistance falling from him, just a wide smile falls across Jared's face as he just instinctually puts his finger out for Jaina to grab hold of.
Yeah, she takes it and bites it immediately.
She is lovely, Lafa.
Thank you. She's the future of our people.
And I think Jared probably just basks in this moment, just seeing this beautiful child born in now like a time of war that's even more severe than it was before.
Yeah. She's only got a couple of teeth, so she's like mostly gumming your finger, just kind of like gnawing away. And occasionally a tooth catches you, and it's, baby teeth are sharp, so it hurts when that happens. But
and then he'll just shout, Pellis! Wherever he is.
What? We're coming.
Pellis!
Oh, baby. And he like rushes over.
yeah, and like Jaina, like instinctually, there's obviously like familiarity there, so she reaches out for Tavi, but Tavi kind of gives her a quick little hug and then passes her over to Pellis.
He's holding baby. This is great. There's a giant smile on his face. He's like rocking around, just like bouncing and sort of like fiddling with her hands and stuff. And
yeah,
he is not concerned with anyone else. He is all fully absorbed into
yeah. What Pellis might not notice, but the rest of you would see, is like Lafa and Tavi kind of standing back a little bit, like whispering to each other and like half kind of like snickering as they watch Pellis walk around with the baby.
He's doing laps. He's just like, he's walking around he's like just talking like, yeah, this building was completely destroyed when we first got here, and and she like makes a little sound. He's like, yes, it is so much better now. Your mother really made a lot of progress, and just like keeps talking.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he adores the little ones so.
That what?
I didn't realize he adores the little ones so. Jared just speaks out to whoever is around.
I think Tavi like responds, "Oh, he's always been great with them." And there's like she's smiling, but you can see like tears kind of glistening as well. But I think at this point as well, like some of the other, like Edric, it's now starting to get to like later afternoon. Edric he comes in with the other rootlings in tow, and like they're all carrying like items that are clearly meant to like help prepare dinner. Like Tavi steps out to she's gonna go and like close up the gates and like so you guys can have kind of a private dinner. And I actually forgot that you guys said you wanted Cass to go and check on Cadmere. So we might need you guys to kind of Jaeger cast, and we'll do a scene there in a second. But at this point too, Follis shows up looking for Lyrian.
Lyrian is to be found in her room examining whatever this new object is.
Yeah, so what you find in your room is just instructions for how to make a poultice. It's like what herbs you need, what amounts of a couple of different liquids. Like there's 2 different types of blood and 3 different types of milk that are listed here. And there's some just various ingredients listed on this poultice, and then instructions for how to actually like apply it and all of that. And so that you can make the poultice yourself.
Nice.
But there's also a note on it saying like should work, but should is underlined a couple of times to kind of indicate like not 100% sure that this will work, but it should. Now and then Follis comes with a scroll. He's got like a scroll out, he like pulls it out of a bag as he arrives, and he comes to your room, like he's directed to your room, and Anders sent me with this for you.
Thank you. Does he require anything in return?
He said that he will make his needs known when it's time, and that consider it a gift until such a time as maybe it need not be a gift.
Very well.
And as you reach out to take it, Follis like doesn't let go immediately. And he says, "This is an item of great power. Use it wisely."
Do you trust Andrew's judgment?
On this, no. But he's given it to you nevertheless.
Then
You
let us
understand
hope
how to
that
use spell scrolls, right?
Somewhat. It was not our way, at least not my way, typically, to use such things.
You may not be able to cast this spell, but your friend Cass may be able to, with some difficulty, but nevertheless. Be careful with it.
What spell is it?
It is called Wish.
I believe I have heard of such a thing. But it would be something of extraordinarily, well, as you say, something dangerous and powerful.
You may use it once, and you get one request of the wish. You must be careful because what you receive is up to the wish itself to interpret. The universe may not give you what you want exactly the way you want it. You must weigh the consequences of what might happen against what you know is already happening. Do you understand? Reality itself will adjust to meet the wish.
Hmm.
And if I understand you and your friends' level of skill and power as it exists at this moment, there's every possibility that this spell will fail, even if you consider everything. It is, simply put, beyond you.
Then we must become something worthy of the scroll.
Perhaps you can. I'd like to see that. Not convinced I will, but good day, Lyrian.
Thank you.
I hate that Cass has to be the one to cast that spell.
Yeah, to be clear,
Doesn't
mechanically
bode
for you
greatly.
guys, the wish spell is you have to cast spells from a spell scroll. You have to be a caster, which 3 of you are, so that's fine. But you also have to have access to the spell list that spell exists on. And if I remember correctly, wish is a sorcerer, bard, and wizard spell. Maybe even just sorcerer, wizard. And so you can through feats gain access to those lists. So it's not necessarily just cast that can do it, but right now it's just cast that can do it. And if you do not have spell slots of the appropriate level, so wish is a 9th level spell, none of you have 9th level spell slots.
Nope.
So in order to cast wish, you have to pass a DC 10 plus the spell's level check. So it'd be a DC 19 to successfully cast the spell.
And that's just a
That's
flat
a check.
right? That's
Is
not.
is there a modifier from a skill, or is that just
No, it's just a flat check.
1d20? Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
I
Also,
actually
I
no,
just
I think it
wanna-
would be your spell casting modifier would be added to
Oh,
it as
nice.
Okay.
I just want to point out to you, I totally called that in the private chat.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah,
You did.
100% did. It's true. But also, man.
Do we tell Cass?
I will not.
Well, I mean, that's up
Yeah.
to.
I think we
Technically,
wait.
nobody but Lyrian knows.
Nobody
about it
but
right now.
Lyrian knows. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna put this thing securely on my person in my satchel, and
Yeah.
sit in contemplation for a while on the bare floor.
Also-
I imagine just having a very
also-
empty room.
Yeah. Also, to confirm our worry, Justin has said in the private chat, I'm going to wish for some crazy shit.
As he would.
As he would.
Oy, oy, oy.
Okay. Let's do a little flash sideways over to Cadmir's shop where Cass this is like a little flashback because I said Cass was holding the baby. I think that's all fine. Like timelines still work, but Cass went to Cadmir's shop to check on Cadmir because you guys haven't seen Cadmir in 3 years. And does somebody else want to just kind of take the lead on RPing Cass for this scene?
I don't know if I can.
I mean, you
It's
just
quite
sort of,
difficult.
you just sort of signed yourself up for it.
Yeah,
You 100% did. That was
Yeah.
definitely.
Probably slip in and out of the accent though.
that's all right.
All right. That works.
So Cass walks into Cadmir's shop, and as you know, probably somewhat expected, Donald is sitting behind the counter. And he looks
Donald,
up and
you look great.
Cass, I really didn't think we'd see you for a while.
Well, here I am.
I mean, what's it been, 2 years?
Something like that. That's what everybody's saying.
Well,
Doesn't matter though, does it?
I suppose not. Guess you're looking for Cadmir.
Yes, I am.
I was hoping you did see
Still
him.
as cheery as ever, I hope.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. You know, he left shortly before you lot. Take care of things on the coast. I ain't seen
Has
him
he
since.
been gone? Oh. The others are with me or not? This is a solo
No,
interaction.
Cass is alone.
It's
Oh,
just
okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't waiting to let them,
Mm.
take some time. Well, that's what do you make of that?
Well, near as
Think
I
he's
can
all
tell,
right?
I think he might be dead. It's my theory.
Why?
Well, two things
Any
tell me that he
evidence to
might be
back
dead.
that up?
Like I said, two things. One, he never came back. He loves his money. Most of it's here. It's still here. So, point number one. Point number
So you
two.
haven't robbed him for all this time?
No, it's a lucrative venture. I was his apprentice, and that's the second thing. is I can run the business. Maybe not quite as well as Cadmere did, but I'm still running the business. And he had a magic lock on the safe. I could never open the safe when he was alive. One day I went back to the safe, see if I could open it, and it did.
Oh, Donald. And you've done nothing else with this freedom.
What do you want me to do?
Dream big, Donald.
This was the biggest dream I ever had. I own 5 shops now. I mean, 3. 2 of them are on the coast and can't really go there. Cadmere died.
So you call the shots now? You can make whatever deal you like.
For the most part, yeah. Still can't
Okay.
open that case. And he points at a case that's full of a bunch of, powerful magical weapons.
We'll work on that, you and me. Don't you worry.
All right. Yeah. Donald and
I tell-
Cass. Cass and Donald.
That's a great ring to it. I like what you're thinking. Good idea you came up with there.
Right. So, is there anything I can do for you besides what I've already done for you?
Yes, actually. So assuming that he's dead, can we use the ring down in the basement to transport ourselves to wherever he might be? The other locations?
So that's the other thing. I guess that's thing number 3. Is that teleportation circles downstairs. 3 of them still work. 2 of them, ones that go to shops on the coast, both burned out. Right around the same time he disappeared. Well, not really around the same time he disappeared. Right around the same time I started getting in the safe. Which wasn't
Mhm.
immediately, mind you.
Not
like
good.
6 or
maybe,
7
not
months.
Good. Maybe good. No. Maybe not bad. Maybe bad. Not bad. Right.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know all the details of how he had all the spells and different things laid out. He could still be alive. It just didn't come back in enough time, so ownership of the shop reverted to me. Not really reverted. Converted? Diverted?
Adverted. I'm sure of it.
Sounds right. Adverted to me. It's
Good.
good to have someone
Well,
smart
Chief
around.
Advert Donald, I'll lend you my smarts here and there from as time goes on, in exchange for a modest consulting fee, of course. You slap my name
Right.
on the business. Do you
Won't be doing
want
that.
Cadmere to come back?
I mean, yeah. He's my friend.
All right. Let's have a look at some of the best things that can help us get him back, eh? We'll borrow those. We'll return him in perfect condition. And then we'll see what we can do.
Right. Here's the thing. I don't think you lot ever really understood or appreciated the level of magic that Cadmere had paid to have his shop imbued with. Nothing can leave if it's not been paid for.
Ah. Teensy little detail.
Yeah, he kind of set things up so that thieves could get in if they wanted to. They could try their best. But either they're not leaving or the things aren't leaving.
All right, hear me out. You give us a loan, a huge loan. Then the
So you
money's
want me
outside of the
to pay
shop
you
and it's
to pay me?
ours, and I use that to pay for the items. Eh?
Right.
It's not bad, right?
No, I mean, it's not the worst idea I've ever heard. It could work. Why don't you just get the loan from What's-Her-Face in the den?
Oh, all right, I'll stop yanking your chain. We can leave the place be, but we'll try to get Cadmere.
Right. If you do find Cadmere, you think you'll let me keep the shop?
Only if it's already incorporated into your name, legally and formally, with my name on it. Otherwise, they'll just
Uh-oh.
trounce all over you. Need to have
I
another
just got
owner or
that sign.
stakeholder. What's it say?
and you would notice when you came in. I don't know if you if you step back out and you look at the storefront, and it just says Donald.
Right, you got partway there, Donald. That's good. That's good.
What
We
an
can
ambitious
add to
lad.
the sign a little later.
Right. We'll see. Maybe. I like the idea. I think it
You're
could
doing
work.
great running this
Just need to
place all
consult
on
with
your
my
own.
solicitor.
Yes. Solicitator. Yes.
I mean, he's the guy I go to for all the legal stuff. So if he says that putting your name on the business makes it legally mine forever, we'll do it.
Perfect. We've got a plan then.
Right. And if he doesn't say that,
Pass in Donald.
then maybe we could just work out like a discount sort of thing. Or even a quid pro quo.
Oh, fancy words. All right.
That's what he says all the time. It's a quid pro quo.
May want to get a new solicitator. I also happen to be one, so I could be that as well.
Right. Well, maybe I'll take you up on that, and that could be our quid pro quo.
Good enough then. Table. Help me since I'm caught up in cast funness and pleasantries.
Bless Donald.
Anything else that you think is mission essential right now? As I
No,
Jaeger
this was the
Dustin's-
funniest it could have gone,
Yes.
and that's all that matters.
The only
I
thing I
mean,
was gonna
Horrible
say.
news. Admir's definitely
Yeah.
dead. We can search for
Yeah.
his body, but he's certainly dead.
I mean, we were gone for 3+ years, and we were.
Yeah,
dead.
not surprised. I didn't say it was surprising. Just saying, he's definitely dead. Horrible news.
He might not be.
I
dead
don't
this
think we can
episode.
get.
There's a
I-
small chance
maybe.
he's not dead.
Maybe, maybe.
Or
Regardless,
Donald.
I don't think we
What-
need anything more out of this.
One last thing. Any Meyerweaver folks ever since that big deal went down with Cadmere?
All the time, yeah?
Okay. Do you mind discreetly just giving me a list of all transactions and records of interaction with them? I think that may be the key to getting sorted with Cadmere and getting him back safely. So,
Right. Here's the thing. I didn't keep very good records for the first couple of years.
damn it, Donald. I can see why Cadmere. Never mind. Most of the time,
This is
I'm sure
why-
you're doing the right thing. Doing
This
great.
is like Edmure hit him.
Right. So, I mean, yeah.
All the worst things.
If I meet one of the Mireweaves again anytime soon, I've not seen him for a while, but next time one comes, I can ask him, do you remember all of our transactions? And maybe then I could make a record. They're good folks. They're always very kind to me.
As your solicitor and advert consultant, I would suggest not having that conversation and maybe just keep this between you and me, hey?
So I shouldn't talk to my solicitor about any of this.
Don't think so. Might not be safe.
Right, but
Way
then how
things
do I
are
get your
lately.
name on the business?
Oh, you can talk about that part. That's fine.
Right. Okay. So I
But
can
if
talk
that
to him.
doesn't go well, probably don't have a good solicitor, honestly. So then I can be your next one.
Right. All right. Yeah.
Great, Donald. Great. All right. Anything fishy happens, you let us know.
Of course. Yeah. I'll let you know. So. Right. Never mind.
Gas is already gone.
Insane.
What an encounter! I don't even know. Oh man! All
I
right.
love how GM Johnny was just determined not to be super useful through Donald, except for the key piece of news, and it was completely plausible given Donald's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Competencies.
I love
I feel like I've
that
done a pretty
cast.
good job so far of establishing that
Yeah.
Donald is about as
Mm.
useless as a person can be.
Yeah, it's really good. It's solid.
I love the yeah. So I went to Donald to see Donald.
And we're all like, "What?"
This is a great new store they've got there.
Yeah,
Donald. Oh. Reminds me of a lot of Cadmere's. Anyway.
Does Cass return and tell us of this news?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I
This
think
is
Cass
big.
is probably telling you guys about this while you're like all playing with the baby. And
Yep, just
that's
playing with the
awkward.
baby, and Cass is like, well,
Cadmir's definitely.
Admir's probably
the
dead.
babies I talked to.
Yeah,
Don't.
Pellis is like playing with the baby. He's like, "Yeah, that's horrible news. That is just awful." And just like playing with the baby.
Yeah, Jared is like genuinely worried, and he looks at Pellis to see his lack of response. Looks at Lyrian. Lyrian probably is just, I'm guessing, unfazed.
Very much
Yeah.
so.
And his eyes are just wide, like, all right, hopefully Donald can prove almost as useful as Cadmir was.
He definitely won't. No, he
Yeah.
won't. Not at
Yeah, he
all.
won't. All right, well, this
He's
is fine.
useless.
This is all fine. Mm,
Jared, it's gonna be fine. I'm just, it's not good, but
yeah,
yeah, I'm just playing. It's just look at the baby. It's fine.
you're right. Baby is lovely.
We'll have to figure that out at some point. But let's have dinner.
Okay. Yes, you guys go to dinner. You go sit down, and Lafa puts out like this really magnificent spread for you guys. And let me actually see. I think if I'm remembering correctly, there is a cleric spell that can like make a feast appear.
Yeah, Feast of Heroes, I believe.
Yeah. So I think
Ah,
you don't necessarily see her cast it, but Tavi casts that spell and helps create all of the elements of the feast that Lafa can't.
Heroes Feast is just
Heroes
what it's
Feast. Cool. And so you guys have dinner before you and a table full of friends. In the middle of dinner at some point, there's like a knock at the gate that you guys can hear, and Edric gets up quickly and goes and checks it and comes back in with Mortus.
Mortis.
My friend, I did not think I would see you again.
Yes, Jared walks over and like, out of obligation, to hugs him.
Yeah, you like try to step back from the hug, and Mortis is just holding you still.
Yeah. You seem to be doing incredibly well for yourself. Not a surprise at all. You've always been a busy man.
I try to do right by the city. I do not focus on what is right for me. I just do what is good for the quarter and for Helltop. My friend, you need to be more careful. It is not good that you are gone for almost 4 years.
Yes, well, our friend needed assistance in the Feywilds, and when a friend calls to action, one must respond.
You are right in this. Yes. Forget myself. I should not have questioned you.
No, you are fine.
In the time that you have been gone, I do not know how much the others have told you about how truly bad things have become in the world at large.
Mm-hmm.
There are wars and rumors of wars. The coast is incredibly dangerous. The Leviathan that they summoned right around the time that you left, it has eaten its way into the coast. There's 50% of the land there is gone.
Has anyone else spoken of them successfully summoning a Leviathan? Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, no, this is the first we've heard of it.
Okay. Yeah, Jared is just like, yes, Leviathan summoned. Yeah.
And my spies report that. No, forget myself. We are here to celebrate your return. I should not be burdening you.
This is, it's all right. I always make sure I am the most burdened person in the room, so don't feel bad. Please keep talking about what you were just talking about.
If you're certain.
I am very certain.
The Mire Weavers have been collecting the dead, and they are from the things I have heard, they are creating aberrations, homunculi, these creatures of immense power and danger. But moreover than that, they are working together with Thalassius Dreadmar of the cult, the leader of the cult, and the Deep Seeker himself. They are working together to try and learn the techniques that he used to summon the Leviathan to summon a god. They are trying to force one of the gods onto a material plane. And I do not know if it will be a lesser god or a greater god. And who knows what will happen if they succeed.
Nothing good, I trust. Thank
What I
you.
do know is we've begun burning our dead, because if we do not, the Mire Weavers will take them. And not everyone practices cremation. Not everyone is happy about this change.
Yeah.
And even just
thank
here in the city, there's been turmoil.
Really? How so?
I mean, we've all had our own ideas about how to best protect the city from everything happening. And the mayor died a few 2 years ago.
The mayor's dead.
The mayor died, and he had, as you know, he was appointed by the king himself. And so when the mayor passed away, it was left to the council. We had to decide together who would become the next mayor. And, well, I mean, it ended up being that it was, I don't know if you've met Alanis Morathiel. She was
That
the leader
name
of
does ring a bell to Jared, right?
Yes. She's the leader
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
Silver Ward. If you do not
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. Yes, yeah, it rings a bell. Jared is on the inside. He is very peeved but not surprised that Celine left all of this out.
Yes, and so there is a new leader in the Silver Ward. His name is I cannot find the stupid sheet that I wrote the guy's name on, but the guy who you guys robbed before, like the first mission you guys took.
Hamoral?
Yeah.
Hamor,
Hamor,
yes.
yeah.
Lord Hamor is now the leader of the Silver Ward.
Oh, great man.
And so, I mean, all of these things. Really, the only people we have been able to rely on for any level of help, surprisingly, has been the Darkspire Enclave. Jundin has been nothing but a problem, and they are at war with the Darkspire. But the Darkspire has been helping us. They created a road that allows us to make our way to the capital without having to go through the grasslands.
I mean, it seems that if the Mire Weavers complete their goal, then this mortal war between the Darkspire and Jundin will be but a small conflict.
And that is why I have
Yes.
my spies watching
Yeah.
the Mire Weavers. Everyone
Yes.
thinks that they are simply crazed experimenters and necromancers. And who knows what they're doing? It doesn't matter. It's just green, weird lights over the swamps sometimes. But no, I think that they are maybe the truest threat our world has right now.
And this is why I trust your wisdom so, Mortis.
And that is saying a lot, because there are a lot of threats right now, Jared.
Thank you for being vigilant and sharing this with me. I'm
course.
sorry for my absence.
There is nothing to apologize for. You were helping a friend.
I will tell my friends, speaking of friends, of this once the festivities are over. I don't want to dim the mood.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry I burdened you so immediately, but it is important for you to understand as well that all of these powers, they have only grown more dangerous in your absence. Not simply in the ways I have told you, but whatever strengths you have acquired in your travels, each of them has acquired fivefold.
Yeah, Jared just thinks back to what he said earlier today, kneeling in front of Celine's cabin, and that just basically confirming what he said. He nods. Moses, come, join us, feast with us.
Yes, we'll celebrate your return.
And then we must counsel with all this news that you've given us. But for now, let's feast.
Yes. And as you go towards the dining hall, I know that like this is a thing that Jared is not really capable of himself, but you see almost as if he becomes a different person. Like Mortis like steps out of like the seriousness and a big smile comes across his face and he steps into the room and goes, "My friends, what a wonder it is to be all together."
Hey, how's it going? Mortis.
It is
Mortis.
marvelous to have you all back.
Yes, it's good to be back. I'm sure Jared explained. For us, it really wasn't any time at all.
Yes,
You're
I
going for, like, a
understand.
day.
It's Jared and I, and he kind of claps Jared on the shoulder. We've caught up, and there is much for us still to talk about. But for now, we feast and we celebrate your return.
Yes, join us.
When the festivities go deep into the night, I think you can tell toward like as the night gets later, Mortis like has like he seems to be growing like a little bit more apprehensive about like not having had that conversation yet, but he doesn't do anything to interrupt the merriment.
I think if it gets to a point where like Jana has been put down to bed and some of the more like not as like I don't want to say higher ups because there's not really much of a hierarchy I feel like in our group, but like when all the non-named NPCs leave, I think Jared will turn to Mortis and sort of give him like the nod, like the okay, like we've had dessert and we're just drinking coffee now and it's time to break the news.
Yeah. But I think you do also notice like Lafa is like getting Jaina put down to bed, but like Edric is still there, Tavi's still there. At some point, like Celine had kind of like appeared and has been doesn't eat, but she's like with all of you. The rootlings all dismiss themselves at a certain point, so none of them are there, but you're sitting there and you can see that like Edric and Celine and Tavi are all kind of like looking at Mortis like expectantly. Like they know that he knows what he shared with Jared already, and he eventually like sighs and kind of takes a sip of his drink and sets it down and then shares everything that he told Jared with the rest of you.
That's a lot.
I'm sorry to burden you also.
Oh, it's not. There's no reason for you to take that on to yourself. I
I now see why we drank first.
Yeah, yes.
I don't think I drank enough.
We have more wine. As
Good.
Jared is pouring himself another.
Yeah, me too.
Heavy pour. Heavy pour.
Okay, right. Right. So, I got nothing. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in.
Anything that you all need to do whatever it is that you want to do, even if that is nothing, I will help you. But I understand. I mean, you are I think in your absence, especially knowing why you left, the four of you have become somewhat mythologized here in Hilltop. People, including myself, see you as heroes, but you might not see yourselves that way.
Heroes of what? We got lost in the Fey realm for 3 years. Almost 4.
But what you must understand is the rest of us saw you, despite the odds being genuinely against you, stepping boldly to go after people who might not be found. When we all heard Lotia's tale of what happened to the Waking Root, we knew, those of us who had more experience, we knew what you were stepping into. And still you went, and you did not have to. We did not know you would be gone for years. But who is a hero but one who steps into danger on behalf of another?
Well, there's still plenty to do. And I don't know about heroics, but if things need doing, I am one to try to do them.
And I think that is what makes you a hero, Bellis. I know that the four of you will try to do something about this, and I do not put it on your plates because I want you to want to be the ones to do it. But there are so few others who can do anything about it.
More like there are so few others who are willing to do anything about it.
Make no mistake, Bellis, it is not just a matter of will. There are plenty of people in the city who would be willing to step into the Fey realm to pursue a friend's lost friends. And those people would be crushed the second they crossed over the plains. The things that I know that the four of you have done, the things you have just told us over dinner that you experienced in the Feywilds, and since coming back. How many people in Hilltop do you realistically think could do those things? I will save you the mental consternation. There are maybe 3 other people in this entire city who could do what you have done. I do not say this to put pressure on you. I do not want you to think that all of our hope is in you. If it is not you, we will find a way. We will make it happen. But whether you believe it about yourselves or not, you are our best. You are our greatest hope.
Sort of sitting, like examining the silence and probably the contemplation in his party's eyes, Jared will speak out and he'll say, I used to think that after my loss, seemingly having nothing to lose gave me an edge over others. Refusing to connect, form new bonds, empowered by my anger, but after today, seeing our friendships, the beautiful creation that was made, despite the state of the world, as wars rage on, Leviathans are summoned, abominations created, as our enemies grow to more numbers than ever before. Our bond, I believe, strengthens us, my friends. Despite the great power formed against us, I believe I have a new edge. Something to fight for. Which is so much sweeter than having nothing to lose.
I hope you will forgive me. I will excuse myself for now. But Jared, it is good to see you hopeful again. I nod to Celine, kind of tilting my head in hopes that she will come and discreetly meet me for a chat.
Yeah.
Whenever you want to address that, Johnny. We don't have to now.
I think that's a really good point where the camera follows, like you walk out, and then I think everyone has kind of gotten used to Celine kind of coming in and out of being able to be seen, and she disappears and you step away. And where do you go?
I think just my room.
Yeah, you
just a little bit out of earshot.
You step into your room, and like as you step into your room, you see like a depression in your seat or in your bed, as if someone is taking a seat on your bed. And then as you see like your bed kind of bend under someone's weight, Celine appears in that spot. Seems you wanted me to come and talk with you?
Yes, but I don't want to burden you or complicate your relationship with Cass. Are you able to keep secrets from her, or would this be a betrayal of trust?
As long as it doesn't harm her, I'm allowed to keep secrets.
Very well. You have known Cass for how long, Celine?
Her entire life. Longer, technically.
What do you think Cass would do if she had the power to do, say, anything? With a snap of her fingers, or something like that.
Hypothetically.
I think one of the things I love about Cass is that deep down, even if she doesn't believe it about herself, she's got a good heart. But she is as tempestuous as they come. It's hard to know just what she'll do in any given moment.
As I suspected. Thank you for your assessment. Now,
What is
a
this
separate
about?
matter.
Oh, of course.
Do you think that the Archfey, specifically Lady Petal and Sir Pips, would be interested in a scavenger hunt?
I don't know that anyone's ever offered them a scavenger hunt before.
That was the intention.
I think if nothing else, it would pique their interest. Doubly so if there were stakes attached, which I assumed there would be.
I would like to send them on a scavenger hunt, which reveals clues about the various dark powers of this realm, and increases their interest in it. I hope that they, for instance, become fascinated by the Mire Weavers, by the Dark Spire Enclave, but fascinated in a way that makes them want to playfully, let us say, disturb their plans.
Interesting. Now, from what I know of what these groups are doing, what makes you think that their interests aren't aligned in a way that might not help your cause?
Aligned with each other or with the Fays?
With the phase with your enemies?
Yes, I cannot guarantee that that is not the case.
I'll give you a piece of insight not many people know.
The Fae detest the gods.
Mm-hmm.
The gods are not from their realm. They discovered it. Right? When the gods went to the Feywild, they were visitors there. They created this realm, but not that one.
Mm-hmm.
And there were things that happened when they met. There was a clash of power. And the Fae did not come out on top. And so I'll tell you now, because you probably need to know before you make any mistakes of judgment there. The Mire Weavers, if their intention is truly to kill a god, or trap one, or do anything that in any way harms one, the Archfey would be nothing but supportive. If you send them on a scavenger hunt that crosses their paths with the Mire Weavers, assuming they haven't already crossed paths, you might create an alliance that you regret creating.
Then you shall have to help me. You shall have to help me craft the clues. Ideally leading them to the conclusion that I am the best instrument for them to use against the gods. Because I have a scroll of wish.
You have a what?
And I show her the scroll.
May I?
I hope you'll forgive my reticence, but I don't want to let it leave my hands.
Very well. I understand. I just wanted to check its authenticity is all, but I understand.
Even if it amounts to nothing, Celine. As far as this scroll is concerned, I think this will be interesting enough to exchange for the Waking Root's freedom.
You want to exchange it? You don't
Not
want
the
to...
scroll, the scavenger hunt.
Right. And so where does the wish spell come in? I'm a little bit confused.
The clues of the scavenger hunt will slowly lead them to the conclusion that I am their best instrument against the gods in this realm. The scroll will be one piece of evidence in favor of that. For now, that is the most far-fetched part. Okay. Yeah. I have to do so much persuading in this game, and that is a -1 for me. Oh, okay, nat 20.
You should just use wish. I was gonna say you should just use wish to up your persuasion skill.
I wish for a +20 persuasion modifier.
Perfect.
I'll add the exposition there with the nat 20. So that, I admit, is the most far-fetched part at this point. The most important thing, for the Waking Root's sake, is that the first clues are juicy, that the scavenger hunt is exciting and novel, and that they are excited by the prospect of entertaining themselves with this instead of with the incessant dancing of my people.
Mm-hmm. So let me make something super, super clear, because I have failed at that previously.
Sure.
With a nat 20 on this persuasion roll,
Mm-hmm.
you have convinced Celine to help you craft a scavenger hunt.
Mm-hmm.
You have not convinced her that's a good idea or that it's going to work to do what you want it to do. What you have persuaded Celine to do is help you craft scavenger hunt clues, nothing else.
Yes.
Okay. As long as that is clear.
Yeah.
Then suddenly, Celine looks more confident than she did a moment ago. I wasn't convinced, but you really... Something about your surety with this plan has really got me excited about it. So I'll help you.
Thank you, Celine. I ask that you would not share this with Cass yet, especially regarding the scroll. But I will not bind you to anything nor make you make promises, for you already know too well what it is to be bound.
I greatly appreciate that. If she asks me directly, I'm gonna have to tell her.
Very well.
There's
I shall not spark her curiosity then.
there's no reason I can't keep things between us. So it's a little bit of a loophole there.
Very well. For now, more drinking.
Sure. Have at it. The stuff doesn't really work on me, so you enjoy yourself, and I'll go do something else, I guess. Think of clues.
Lyrian quietly rejoins whatever remains of the festivities and the discussion.
Yeah, what are the rest of you guys doing while they were gone?
Jared is now like emboldened from the liquor, and his arm is like on Pellis's shoulder, and Jared had just been telling Pellis what a great guy he is.
Pellis is like 1,000-yard stare, like not really listening, just like holy, what are we doing?
Yeah, Jared is like, I think Jared is like drunkenly trying to comfort Pellis in any way.
and Pellis is like drunken, like end of the road. This is it, man. Just like,
Yeah. And
Right,
everybody else
like-
around the table, I think, like, they've had time. They've had 3 years to grapple with this being the
Yeah.
new reality and these
Reality,
things
right.
being what they are. And so nobody else outside of the party is as drunk as you guys. Cass is like, it's a wonder that she's standing up or sitting upright at all at this point. But everybody else is kind of like they're letting you have this moment. They're not begrudging you needing this moment to indulge in this way. But anyone who looks to pay attention, it's very clear that nobody else around the table is feeling the need to indulge this way.
Mhm.
Lyrian. That was a long bathroom break.
An interesting comment. I did not use the bathroom.
Oh, my apologies. It's all right, lad. Everything's going to be okay.
His hand is like pats on your chest, and he just starts rubbing your chest in a circular motion.
all right. Enough of that.
Sorry.
Everything's fine. We're fine. There's just like a lot going on, and we're gonna do one thing at a time. That's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be fine. You're right.
I think there can only be good news from here on out.
That is certainly not true, and do not say that again.
All right.
You kind of lash out at Jared like that, Pellis, and then you feel Tavi kind of like, you just feel her hand like gently on like the base of your neck, kind of like trying to like calm you down a little bit.
Sorry. That was it's too much. You know what? I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. Everybody, it was a fantastic evening. Thank you all for welcoming us back. Thank you so much for picking up us slack while we were gone. Good night. And he's going to the dorms. He doesn't actually. He forgot where he was told his room was moved, so he's just gonna head to the dorms and find it.
I think
Just
within a
wait
couple of
to be
seconds, you
guided.
actually feel Tavi's arm, like hand, like take your elbow, and she leads you to a door and opens it for you. And
What an
takes you
escort!
into the room.
Thank you.
Of course. I don't know if you'll even remember me saying this in the morning. I know that it's a lot to take in. But things are not as bad as it seems when it's all laid out in front of you.
Right. Yes.
We we'll make it through this. She like takes her, she like wraps her hand around the back of your neck, and like if you let her, it'll pull your head down and like meet your forehead with her forehead.
Post closes his eyes and takes a deep breath in. That sounds right. Sounds good.
Geistal will guide us through.
Yes, he will. And to be clear, I have not forgotten a single thing that you have ever said, or that we have ever done together. And he like trips into the bed and falls asleep.
Yep. Like as sleep takes you, you feel her kind of like pat your arm, and she leaves and closes the door.
Yeah, Jared also makes his way to his bed, and he lays down, he undons his armor and lays down, and his like drunken, like bloodshot eyes are just sort of open as he's laying down for a while, as like the weakness and lack of control that he's felt but tried to cover up throughout the entirety of the feast just overwhelms him, and tears just start streaming from his face as he just silently sobs into his pillow. And he just feels this like this newfound fear and this feeling that he was scared of having. And that's why he strayed so far from making new connections, because he has this like overwhelming fear of losing something he loves again. And so he's just silently sobbing into his pillow, and that's how he falls asleep tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Cass like falls asleep on the table. Like at the table. Anyone who tries to like move her, she'll like kind of half wake up and swear and slur at them until they leave her alone, puts her head back down on the table, and eventually like passes out fully. Lyrian, do you just go back to your room to rest and meditate?
I think for a while, as things are quieting down, Lyrian is just like at the far end of like a quiet corner past all the like mess and plates that are getting cleaned up and stuff, and just kind of contemplating Cass as Cass is like head down on the table and slurring at people periodically, and just thinking, would I trust this one with a scroll of wish? That thought is just echoing in her mind. And then she retreats to her room, crosses her legs, and meditates for about 4 hours, because that's what she always does instead of properly sleep, pretty much.
Yeah.
And she just does so with her hand over her satchel.
I would like for each of you to roll. This is going to be, I'll explain what's going on in a minute. It's a DC 10. I'm going to roll for Cass. I want everyone to roll religion for me as you all bed down for the night.
I'm always terrified in any RPG of rolling checks when I'm asleep.
All right, from 8 plus 2 is 10.
Okay.
I got a 3 total.
Okay.
Oof. Paladins, so unreligious. Ugh.
The least religious out of all of us, am I right?
I mean, my religion is only +2. It's got 16 though.
16? Okay.
Because religion for some reason is intelligence, but
Yeah,
clerics main
yeah.
skill is wisdom.
Yeah. So, Jared, you sleep through the night fitfully. You feel like you have like flashes of memories of someone coming and talking to you in your dreams, but it's indistinct and unclear. You can't really recall it no matter how hard you try, and it feels like trying to grab smoke whenever you try to recall what your dream was, even though it felt significant. I'm actually going to go in order of the way that you guys rolled. And so Lyrian, in the night, you are visited by a woman. She appears to be human, though she floats to you. She's wearing these loose-fitting robes that billow in the wind, and
long hair that like reaches her ankles, but it doesn't matter because she's not touching the ground, and her hair billows with her clothes. And as she nears you, you feel this wind pick up, and there's nothing in the wind, but somehow the wind almost stings. And you feel this tempestuous wind almost draw you in until suddenly you feel like the wind lifts you off of your feet and brings you up to this woman who's floating towards you in the sky. And you're face to face with her. And she looks at you, and there is a look of unmitigated rage in her eyes. And she says, "And what is your name?"
Who is asking?
What is your name?
I will decline to answer.
And then you decline to receive the answers you seek. When those who are there at the foundations of the earth come to you and ask your name, you give it. Unless you want them to see you as nothing but a waste of their time. Fine. Be a waste of my time and go.
I just feel like Lyrian is not trusting of this sort of thing,
That's fair.
despite what could be lost and her desire for knowledge. So this is a
Make-
very torturous
Make an insight
thing.
check.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. I think that's the key thing, is a judgment of what exactly is happening here, because I'm worried of being tricked. I've just been tricked recently, horribly.
Mhm.
So yeah, insight. Thankfully, that is a strong area. 14 plus 6 is 20.
20? Okay. You get the sense that there is no deception here. That whoever this person is, their anger is not even directed at you truly. They are just angry. And I think with that level of insight check against the DC that I set for this, you feel a sudden wave of confidence that you are face to face with Cairduil, the goddess of the
It's
Tempest.
the image I'm hovering on in the Venerate PDF right now. Is like, it sounds like Cairduil. Anyway, well, Cairduil, my name is Lyrian of the Waking Root.
Lyrian of the Waking Root, if I offered you gifts, would you accept them?
Yes, I would.
Good. And you wake up in the morning having clear memory of this conversation, but nothing more happening yet. If you guys will give me just another moment, if you can. I know we're like basically at time, but Pellis, in the night you are visited by a young, strapping, strong man. Like in terms of in terms of our world, imagine like a Spartan, like Leonidas in 300. He comes to you bearing a shield on one arm, a great axe over his shoulder, and a whip at his hip. And he strides up to you like cocky and very, very full of himself.
Pellis bows. What do you need of me, my lord Golgod?
You know me. Good. You're one of my little brothers, aren't you?
Yes. That's correct. I serve Dystall.
Yes. But you serve all of us, no?
Correct. I am more directly your little brother, and all of you by extension.
And he starts to like sniff the air. Like you get like the sense of like a wolf almost. Is that fear I smell?
I will not lie to you, Lord. I am very much intimidated by you and your domain.
I cannot say that is a bad thing. If I offered you a gift, even though you serve my little brother, would you accept it?
Yes.
Good. Good. Take this token. When the time is right, you will receive what I've promised. And he places a pebble in your hand.
Thank you, Lord.
You look up and he's gone. And then all of a sudden, like, the landscape that was around you comes into focus and you're just looking at the ceiling of your room.
Is the pebble still in my hand?
It is.
Yeah, I figured. Dystall will immediately go, or sorry, Pellis will immediately go.
Pellis has become Dystall.
His personal icon of Dystall in his room, and kind of just check in. with Dystall.
Your personal icon of Dystall is actually fallen over.
I thought it would be bad to refuse a gift from your brother. I don't know. Sorry.
And I will save Cass's dream for next time when
Cool.
Justin is here. But I will say that despite not being able to remember your dream, Jared, both you and Cass do wake up in the morning with trinkets that for you don't understand. And I forgot to mention too, Lyrian, when you wake up, there is like almost a sense of wind in your room. And it's dim in the morning light, but it's almost like there's a small fog at the ceiling of your room. And Jared, you wake up with a twig in your hand. And if you take the twig to Lyrian or any of your friends who have like a knowledge of the woods or plants. This twig does not belong to a tree that is even capable of growing in the area that you're in.
Huh.
And I will save what Cass receives and what her dream is for next time. But thanks for sticking a little longer with me, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That was sick.
Yeah.
Until next time.
Yeah, hope you all enjoyed visiting Izura with us. For those of you who have already forgotten, or if you weren't with us at the beginning of this episode, we will be together live next time we return, or next time we record. So expect a little bit of a difference again in the audio and the video, but it'll be exciting because that means we'll all be together in person. I'm super excited for the energy that's going to bring to the recording and to the sessions. And just I'm excited to see you guys because I love you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed this as much as we did, and we will see you next time. Bye.
That's it.
Bye.
Bye-bye.